Weekly Rando number 53. We are back. We have returned, and today we get the game with. It's always this guy. Why is it always this miserable guy? Anyway. Well, paprika it is. I'm not doing this in any particular order. We're doing spices today. I know that he missed half of them. But he actually brings nothing to the... Well, he's good early game, I guess. All right, okay. In 3 and 2 and 1, go. But anyway, it's been a year of Weekly Rando. We celebrated last week with the buggy run. That turned out to be almost a godly, god tier PB run in the making. Unfortunately, we had an issue of not having a Holy Torch or D-Barrier to deal with Sephiroth, and we lost the fight against Sephiroth of all fights, the non-rando fight. And we basically lost PB. We would have PB'd. Well, there is that argument that I could have mimed the Knights of Rounds, but I wouldn't have PB'd. I would have just missed it because it's such a long animation. But it is what it is. It would have been such a great way to end up. But again, thanks for all been watching for over a year. But yeah, it's one of those things where it happens, but it's still been fun all the way through. And we are back with the character order around us back. I don't know, I might get rid of character order rando at this point. I'm not feeling it because it's Vincent all the time. It's not working out for me very well. I'm gonna get the ultimate weapon now at the start of the run. I'd prefer Aerith, but at least she's actually has. I don't know, Vincent just doesn't really impact the end game. That's the problem. But I guess that's the whole randomizer experience. He just feels like I don't get a PB immediately now. Although I could get a sick early game out of this. Who knows? Maybe I'm being doubtful too good. But anyway, I hope you're all having a great week. Hope you're enjoying things. Hope you've all been well. Shooby doo 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 doo. Right. We are teed up, ready to go. This week we've been playing the Crucible mod. Disc 1 of the Crucible mod. It's a mod made by Deputy Night Sauce, for Productions, if you know on YouTube. He's been working on a mod himself. A hard mode, basically, mod of restructuring all the fights and been reworked for every fight in the game, like including all random mechanics and stuff like that. It's been really fun so far. Like a true hard mode challenge. It's been really good. Lasers and a circuit. I mean, color type, I suppose. Yeah, maybe Ruby will help us out at the start of the run and we can just move on with our lives. Oh, nice bronze bangle, man. Cool, bro. What a drop. Doesn't matter. Kate Thief is number 2. It's Bahamut, but it's not Bahamut. It's Baharat. Baharat. How's that for spicy challenge? Yeah, it's going to be a spicy challenge today, guys. Look, if anything, I got the title already. Look, fucking cheap. Request a refund for what? But no one redeemed the joke. Can't even redeem them anymore because I lost the book somehow. Oh no, I lost the joke book. What a shame. You want a good joke? What do you call a really old snowman? Water. Puddle's better, actually. Does Kate Skies go through defense? Yes, it does set damage. This is good. These are both really good for early games, honestly. Like top tier. And if I find the enemy skill, we basically win with K tier. It comes with manipulate already. Those comments are a really good joke. What's wrong with that joke? It was top quality. What do you call a cross between an elephant and a rhino? L if no. What do you call a ghost chicken? A poultry ghost. L if I know, I think. L if I know. See, sometimes reading it out loud through text can be quite hard, right? Try my best at it. No! Why doesn't Vincent start in the back row like a normal game? You gonna cast comment? Shut up! I didn't cast comment on myself today! Stupid confused, worst thing in the game. No, speed plus though, I'll take that. Oh, comment. Here comes Ruby Weapon Chat, ready? Let's carry on. Could be worse, I suppose. Map is low. Oh no! The drop could be really good actually. It will replace God's Hand. Crit Pog. It's like Rod just discovered Pog on the internet for the first time. Tough ring up. That's alright, I guess. You got 2 frames. Attic, what? Please. Fantastic. Warning! 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 I mean, Hate's is kind of good. He can get HP shout as well. Hot, pink, and wet. Hot. And you all think these jokes are better than my snowman. You know what? I don't know what to say to them. To coast through this whole run as quick as possible, like you would in a speedrun. Shibbity doo 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 doo. No shot. I need to shot. have money. Why would I not check? Peacemaker. That's a gun for that's a gun for Vincent. Hog. Gags with a 35 months, nearly at that 3-year as well. Shout out to Yep for your multi-gifted sub, and thanks for being here for nearly 3 years, man. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. What if HP shouts there and I can sell the circlet and the tough ring for a HP shout? I win the game. Well, I win early game anyway. Or I can sell them for right arms or something, you know. Meet Old Bay. Another name for a slice. If this is it, that'd be so funny. It's UP. I mean, at least find a conform one. We have a endgame character. At least have 2 endgame characters as opposed to 1 character that just will do nothing. I don't know, after last week, someone's telling me to go back to just playing the game with Cloud and drop character order rando. What do you guys think? YouTube as well, let me know. It's up to you if you what you prefer. I think it's nice and refreshing to see more different characters though, and that's the whole point, very variety. It's just unironically the one time that we speaking of right arms. My honest opinion, no! Oh my god, I bought the wrong thing. I was meant to buy that. Whatever, man. Why? Twice in a week, man. Twice in a week. But it is what it is. It is what it is. B+ is still good, I suppose. It's just one of those things. Yeah, it's going gagged, man. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, a desert road. That's a good sell. You got money. Or a gold chocobo, either or. And we got some Reagan greens, because, you know, hog. Wait. It's the same damage? What's the flipping point then? Peacemaker sucks. Just like this game. I mean, I got Guild Plus, so I'll get money back. At least my mistake is not going to cost me that bad. Because Desert Roads is 50k sell, basically. That's all I care about, man. Go. To be fair, if we get Ruby a reactor 5, I have no way of winning. We're still not in a position where it's still reset territory right now. So when I was changing around and uninstalling the game and reinstalling the game, I just to make sure that everything runs smoothly on the new game today, I did a quick new game, see, you know, make sure everything's looking correctly. Who's up in heaven? And the first time was a masterpiece. I'm like, damn it. Why couldn't this be the real one? I didn't even bother to fix second item. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And we started the game as Aerith as well, man. Could have been a fresh, different. I don't think we've even played as Aerith. I don't think we've had a single Aerith run since character order rando started. What is that about? Another X version now. Oh. Ian Cannon, good for that. Parrot. You know, if we get him. Bing, 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 bing. Nice. Whoa, 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 whoa! Easy with the damage there, Sparky. There's fights on the screen? Are you sure? Wait. Oh, no, I don't have enemies here. This probably would have been perfect to get enemies here. Well, not the hungry, but I don't even have any magic. I don't have any magic anyway. Rocket Punch. What? What? That time's the charm. Really? Double really? Oh my god, dude. Are you serious? Stupid fun. Time loss. Uh-oh. Do I just lose? I think I lose. I don't have any magic attack. Okay, I guess this will help. Then I can do that. Odin requires MP to cast. I think this works. Because Vincent can open up his chest immediately because he counts every attack as like a second limit break. So it just worked. That was lucky. It all just fell into place. Perfectly designed strat. Yep, Vincent came out clutch. Right, let's meet Cinnamon. Which character are we losing halfway through? What should be the best character? Yep, there you go. Goodbye, Cinnamon. Another run where Sid eats the dust. Wow. I think that's 2 weeks in a row we've had that. In before Venus Gospel shows, I'm like, no! It's fine. It is what it is. These things happen. Run! Do, do, do. Paprika, help! Run! Run, Cinnamon, run! I just realized there's a massive hole there. How do you walk over that? You can't do anything here, but there they walk over like it's nothing. I'm gonna point that out every time now. But there's barely a plank of wood there. And she just runs over it like nothing. Which begs the question, how did she fall down in the first place? Come on, Arrow. Any runners? We've got all the late game characters, by the way. I'd like to point out. Every late game character. Vincent, Kate, Sif, Yuffie, and Sid. We're literally acquiring the characters backwards. Near enough. Basically acquired every non-Midgard character. In Midgard. Pretty crazy. True. Shoo-doo-be-doo-doo-doo. Oh. Oh, that's awkward. Just give me the desert ride, man. I'll have T-Fast, no point. Okay. Grab. Too late. Should have got the gravity ball though. You're a bright and early. Still convinced by the split. I apparently already defeated that already. Between choir and it's just I don't believe it. Even if I skip all the shops today, you still can't. I can't beat that. It's not possible. Where's the rest of my money? Interesting. Okay. Oh. Oh, so as much as possible. And whatever. You gonna enjoy it? What do you mean I got 2 encounters down here? Will you give me a break? I knew I should have got the gravity balls, man. Is that all it does? Should have kept it. I've got a pass. Beast Flare, go! Beast Flare, go! Oh yes, the eye is my favorite. My favorite part is the fight. Why does this is what I hate about Vincent Immigrate, right? Why its character sucks. Like it's no cycle with it. It just does whatever it wants whenever it feels like it. There's nothing there. Vincent sucks! Vincent, I'll proclaim this at the end of the day. Is Vincent just sucks in this game. Airtime storm, excellent. Stupid character that he is. Reset? Not reset. Still beatable. I kind of do want to reset, but if I start that mentality, that's how it always begins. making up excuses to reset every single week. Gonna waste time and go back to the other shop and buy a few gravity balls. Run. I knew the run was never PBing with Vincent. We're just here for fun. If I bought those gravity balls, I would have won the fight. It would have been Demi 1. It's only Demi 1, but it's still pretty good. A bit more damage than anyone else. $500 a pop, though. Good lord. Let's go in Pepper. Diamond and Emerald in the first, like, 3 fights. What is going on? And carry armor. My first 3 fights are carry armor, diamonds, and emerald. We started the game with Vincent, which sucked, obviously, and then it just got worse. Vincent's limit break is horrendous in the game. Absolutely horrendous. He has one AoE attack that just goes off whenever it feels like. Like, what is the point? Pretty OP in Midgar. Say that to the fight that I just lost to. He could have used Beast Flare any moment, but instead he just goes, I'm a solo attack all the eyes one by one by one by one, instead of actually doing anything useful. He literally never does the action that you want him to do in that mode. The only time you see him use Beast Flare is when the enemy is immune to fire, or absorbs it. The OG PC one is kind of cursed. Right, at least I get to keep my pile banger, I suppose. I suppose. Gosh, what a mess this run is already. Hey, Sluggy with the 1,000 bits. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. Huge. Because Vincent does such. True! I agree. Couldn't agree more. Oh, it doesn't do a lot of damage. I guess it's better than. Well, it's still better than. That sound effect is so weird. Is it bugging out? Let's go, Pneumatic. To be fair, Vincent really did save the diamond weapon fight. I was able to use Vincent's Liberate to open up the core so I could throw a right arm. Who else can use Muglet? Who else can Muglet Ruby? Galleon again, I guess. No. They won't honor glitches. Dev rooms. Oh no! Look who uses Beast Player when it doesn't matter anymore. Good job, man. Great job, Final Fantasy VII AI. Yeah, cool, bro. Could have done it once that entire last attempt and we would be past this fight, but no. Stupid. Stupid thing. Stupid thing. I don't think they'll acknowledge glitches. That's like saying, yeah, we know that there's a problem with our original version of the game. Dev rooms, debug rooms are different. Yeah, there's a higher chance of referencing W item, but even then, I don't think they'll even reference that. Don't see it. I don't see him acknowledging something like that. It's such an arbitrary thing. It's not as common as you think. I want to say it right now. W item glitch is not as a common known thing as you think. We just all think it's the most common thing in the world because we all know it extremely well. In reality, a casual Final Fantasy VII person who's played the game like a few times in their life probably has no idea about the glitch. No P1 for speedruns. The one that lets you win the game for free by holding right at R1. I've not even explored the debug room, so I don't know. I can't comment. Oh, it didn't split. I didn't see what the item was. Who was paying attention? I wasn't. Hi, Eligor. Organics. Hey, Scimitar's good, kind of. GG run, I guess. I'm gonna just grab all the items this way. Holy Torch. Well, at least we can beat Sephiroth, guys. Get all the achievements for Ever Crisis. Oh, what you mean on Steam? Oh, that's annoying. I guess if you're gonna play a game like that. They should not have made achievements for gacha games. That should be an illegal thing unless it's in game, because it's an end of service game. Where's all the where's all the stop killing games people now? They don't go and protect gacha games, do they? No. Only their what's that game that was made by Ubisoft? We gotta preserve the mobile games as well. No, just silly Drive online game only that came out like 10 billion years ago. Well, there's nothing to preserve in Ever Crisis because, well, there's First Soldier, I suppose. Well, hopefully they do the whole resonance thing. Maybe if the community puts down their pitchforks over every little injustice and just actually supports the idea of resonance, all the mobile games, or a lot of good ones, will actually get a standalone game. Just saying, guys! The opportunity is there. I honestly want them to do it Kingdom Hearts more than anything else. I'm not holding my breath. It has to be a unique. It works with like Octopath Zero. It works with Brave Exvius, for example. Oh. Also, Tom Cruise can always go for 5 minutes. Well, if they keep the server up, that's what's costing them money. Why would they do that? That's just how gacha games are. Gacha games, when they end the service, just that's it. GG. It's been happening for years. So when people are acting like live service games disappearing is a new thing and they should be preserving, I'm like, bro, they never played a mobile game in their life. When those games go, no one's like, bring them back, preserve it somehow. There's no way. Like, they don't care. They're not making money. They're moving on. Oh, Trumpet Shell gives me slots. Okay. But yeah, if there's an offline version, it doesn't require a server. But then they'd have to charge you for that physical version of the game. Sorry, not to use physical. The standalone version of the game. And people might go a bit weird on the paper. And they'll charge $60 for it. Depends. There's lots of variables here. I'm down for it. I just don't think Ever Crisis is it. I want them to do basically screw making standalone games, right? Just make, you know, like Last Order. I said this like a couple of weeks ago, but I'll say it on my rando. Do an animated move, like short, or like an anime of First Soldier before Crisis. They don't need games. Those parts of the story do not need a physical game. You can put it in a short anime series or a short anime movie or something like that, and it would just fill in the gaps. People can still enjoy it. It doesn't take a lot of time up, and it doesn't even take dev time up. And it can just be sold or just public. You can put it on Crunchyroll or something, and it would actually help sell the remake. Like, do it a year after the third game's out, boom, and then you just kind of got that bridging gap between it. Not everything needs a physical game with something. There's other ways to do it. They almost had the right idea with Final Fantasy XV, but they just kind of made it mandatory. But that's the problem. So it steered people away. You don't do that before the game's out. You do it as a selling point afterwards. Like a side story. You know, after the fan base is already there. Yeah, well, I lost, so I'm 10 minutes behind. According to the BPT, it's possible. If I just gold everything from now on, we win. Batteries, 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 batteries. I did this last week. Where did the, where is it? Where's the Earth Heart? Am I blind? Oh, it's that. There's nothing in that shop, we're check. Yeah, you can't. In my opinion, you can't expect the company to keep the servers up for a game that's basically got nothing to it. Well, there's going to be a cut-off point. For example, I don't know about Destiny 1, but Destiny 2, even though the last patch is, I don't know if it's out yet, even though the last patch is out or coming out, they've like announced it, it doesn't mean they're going to shut down the server the next day or something. Like, it's like the game's still going to be playable for years. They're not just, Destiny will still be accessible. They're just not going to make updates to the game so they can focus on the next project. It's important to acknowledge, rather than complaining that Destiny's come to an end. To acknowledge that actually they're finished making development for Destiny 2 and they're focusing on the next project. That's reality's right, and people just don't like that drama. People prefer the drama of like, oh my god, it's just the only thing they got right now is Marathon after that. I'm like, okay, yeah, but there's more to it. Lyric, simply give this up. It can be done, but they got to look at it. Is it cost efficient for them? It depends on where the state of the business is as well. Square are probably trying to balance out a lot of wrongs these days. They've restructured a bit though.
Pork chop sandwiches.
No, I don't know why I did that. I heard the sound and I was like, wait. Agreed. I think some games devs will do this. I think that's what Resonance is. I think Resonance is a test. Square do a lot of look at 2D HD, right? They did Octopath, right? Because 2D HD actually existed on mobile games first, right? And now they saw how popular Octopath did and stuff like that. So like, okay, so what about Elliot? Now there's an action version of the game, you know? And they're like, okay, so now if we take Brave Exvius and make that into a standalone game, we'll see if we can actually do this. And I'm convinced this is how they're going to do this with potentially Chrono Trigger. They did it, then they turned it into Dragon Quest, for example. Sorry, I was skipping a step here. Then they did the Dragon Quest HD remakes to preserve those old games. The pattern is there of what they're doing. That's why I support the whole 2D HD movement. Because it's a way of preserving old JRPGs. They did it with the old Mana games. They're doing a lot of the old games, right? It's not just the ones we know, Dragon Quest and stuff like that. They're doing a lot of those JRPGs, keeping them alive. So, yeah, we don't have Tifa. We actually got all of the late game characters. All the non-Midgard characters have unlocked in the game. Vincent, Kate, Ziv, Sid, and Yuffie. How's it going, Fathercuz? Oh yeah, I can't. You can buy space in the servers. I don't think every server might shut down one day though, unless they're making tons of profit like Minecraft. Because they're treated as independent, like, it's not like, oh, Square had this money so they can leave server up X, Y, and Z. They have to look at the product as a standalone. I got an X potion from that guy. What's that normal drop? First time in ages, I'm checking the shop and everything. Just cooked in this run. I know you are. I'm just using Square is just easy to talk about because we're playing Final Fantasy VII. I'll buy it. I'll screw it. I'll buy the thing. If we unlock red here, then we win. Multiplayer games is very hard. Because multiplayer games are so broad. Because there's multiplayer games that have that single player effects like Path of Exile, Diablo, Destiny, Minecraft as well. So, I mean, Minecraft you can play by itself, so you don't have to be on a server to play Minecraft, do you, in reality? But that's the reality of live service games, pet friend. There's just... those games are designed to be live service games. So, if the argument is, or the conversation is, it'd be nice if they did standalone for a single player thing. Is that game gonna function as a single player game? And can they sell it for $60? These are the variables that need to be asked before going into it. I use $60 standardly in reality. That's what you're looking at. Because they gotta make the game, transform it, and then is it playable? Because a lot of people say we want this, and then they'll make it, and then people be like, actually, it's really bad. Because that multiplayer aspect gave it that crunch. It's contextual. It's definitely contextual. It's an interesting conversation. There is no blanket answer. That's the thing about it. That's why a lot of the that's why I troll stop killing games a little bit, because like a lot of their movement was about that, but it just was like they were trying to blanket across to do a blanket across the term, and I'm like, yeah, but those games have that expectancy. People going into those games can't expect them to last forever. That being said, Diablo 2 still works. Or they just remaster and just I messed it up! That'd be great. Wow, what an elevator! 51 already. Speedrun is being mad right now. Now, back in the day. There's a good piece now than used to be back in the day. A lot of companies reuse the code between projects, which opens up games to be exploited for release scripting, but yeah, it can be messy. Yeah, it's not like I'm against these kinds of movements. It's just more like, is it realistic? I always try to put a spin, because I think about, would the company actually do this? Saying think this is what they should do is one thing, but is it sustainable? Just because the consumers want it doesn't mean that it's actually a viable, good business to do. Because that consumers can be a 5-minute thing, you know. Like it's a very difficult like to balance out, and they hire teams to do marketing. So whilst it looks like the companies are clueless, they actually hire marketing teams to deal with it. For example, the whole AAA game, it's got not to do with multiplayer, right? But it's a good example to use. In the US gaming market, Black Ops 7, Battlefield 6, NBA 2K, they're your top selling games. If you type in top 10 sold games in 2025, you won't find Expedition 33. You won't find Hollow Knight Silksong, especially in the US market, right? It's Battlefield 6, NBA 2K25, Black Ops 7. In fact, Kingdom Come Deliverance, the only Game of the Year nominee, is like 15th in the US market alone. So that's how they know that those games with all their microtransactions make money and work, because they've seen that is their success model. So AAA is very much alive, unfortunately, because the casual audience is significantly bigger than the online gaming audience. It's just the online gaming audience tends to be very loud about things because they have to. You like go on the first date and play out Black Ops? Huh? I don't even think that's a gamer's first date. That's kind of cool. I think I'd enjoy a video game date, but in the sense that you both realize you're both massively into video games, and then you just pick up video games the entire day. And then you hit an arcade like hours later, and then you just start playing again. They explained in the debug room. Where are we in the game? You tell me. What floor are we on? We're 4, 6, 7, guys. Guys. It's 4, 6, and 7, guys. Wow. No way. Nice and round.
Hello there.
Hi, Cumin. Bro, give me red 13, please. No, 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 not that. Never that. Right. Let's go, Nico. Hello. We did already, didn't we? Oh no! What am I gonna do? This is a problem actually. I'm gonna do. This is a really annoying part. Look at this. How many hourglasses do I have? Just kill him! I don't even care! Survivors on day 1. You guys go on dates? Wow, I'm impressed. I need to find out where you guys are going on dates because we're dead. Unwinnable fight, let's go! Oh, it worked. But we'll take it, I suppose. I just lose the experience. I don't care. I'm carrying on, man. I don't care anymore. Blame for Knights around and a Zydric back to back. I mean, I've lost them. We're here for fun. I want to get this run done and go back to the Crucible anyway. If you want to do. It's not a baby seat, bro. I've had weapon. Bro, have you seen my fights? I started the game with carry armor into diamond weapon into emerald weapon. And now I just had the Zulan. Baby seed, he said. Pay attention before calling things out, yeah? Wait, this was a good idea to take the money. Was a good idea, that fight. I think you'll find that if you bother to look at streamers, you'll see about like way more than 3. Love your exaggeration statements. You do the exact opposite to me. You under-exaggerate by such a ridiculous amount, where I over-exaggerate by billions. Back in 98? Just because you didn't know anyone doesn't mean girls didn't play games back then. They just hit it because it wasn't popular to play games. Why do you think all the gamers have come out of the woodwork now? Yeah, you knew 2 girls. Doesn't mean I didn't know anyone. Doesn't mean the girls didn't play games. Your town doesn't equal world. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't popular. It was nerdy, and no one spoke about it. You know, and stuff like that. Playing games until like high school, at the very least. But I didn't mean to remove stuff. In fact, this one's cooked, man. This run is so good. It's cooked. Too many things so beautiful. You love this to be done. Such a smiling sweetheart. Suddenly got the kooks in my head. I don't even know why. Too many things. Someone so beautiful. Oh, yeah. Well, Barrett would have worked in that fight, but unfortunately. Just go. If it's long range, just deal with it, go. Oh, it's difficult. Hurts. Watch out for Rude. And we're dead. Take that! I didn't equip the weapon on Sid. We have the scimitar. Guys, save me! Roll my dice. Oh, Katen with a big hit. Should be enough. Random fact.
Come on, man.
Oh. Sure, let's just do that because I've lost track of everything. Okay, I can't give him the Zydrax. Full stop. Right. Gil plus. I have literally no actual useful materia. What is going on, man? Hi, Shake. Yay! Suck it, Shake. Terrible enemy. Oh, no.
Wow.
No, I didn't want... Please tell me... Oh, it's okay. Oh. This run has been well and truly overcooked. This has gone well done. This is beyond rare. This is completely well done. Oh, no! Okay, we're alright. I'm still on active, to be fair. I'm sorry, heroes. I disagree. I think only 3 million in the entire world are interested in dirt biking based off because I've never heard that before. So, based on my perception of things, since there's no dirt tracks around me, must be true. Who am I using? Barrett and Sid, I guess. Right. Pile banger, scimitar. There we go. Can't go wrong with that. Don't forget to ever remove that Zydrake off of Sid, otherwise I'm cooped. This run cannot get any worse. Thanks a lot.
Oh my god.
Well, Avril was in that part, that scene. You could argue Avril Lavigne and like grunge and like Revo girls and stuff. They were really popular. Right, how's it going, man? This is the rate. That was middle.
Good. Yes, good.
Tubbs, you missed out Ico on Game Rule, bro. Every time you get up and leave, like all the ones that you'd want to be as a guest for pop up, man. There was like 2 things I was like, let's stop. There was something else as well. Also, have you done today's goal? Scam. What a scam level that is. Levels, the bad level design. I don't like it. The checkpoints are so poorly placed. Red bikes, kill him. No, I refuse. How's it going, Leo? Good to see you. Using as reverse psychology, I chose to not kill. Hi, Dime. Go on, Vincent, get in with your squirt gun. Honestly, I'm convinced skateboarding became popular because of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, the video game. I'm convinced that whole wave came because of Tony Hawk and the soundtrack. I'm telling you right now, the video game popularized, and music. Obviously, I think music industry also helped. But like, the whole, it happening all at the same time popularized it. At the very least, people know who Tony Hawk was. Baron died in his own fight! How I discovered it. I'm saying it because it happened. It's how I discovered really what skating, wasn't it? How cool it was. And the music that was like being released, like punk rock at the time, the old punk rock theme. You know, and that's when you discover things like Offspring and all those kind of Sum 41, all those kind of bands. Cause I'm in too deep and I try to keep pop in my head instead of going under. I'm gonna be real, right? Truth be told, I discovered Rage Against the Machine because of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I'll admit it. It's true. I was a kid. What do you? How do you expect? Yeah, how else do you expect me to find it? Dude, there's one checkpoint where it starts you under the roof, and it's the dumbest checkpoint ever made. I'm like, bro, have you played this level? Yeah, I know we played the handpick the song. I think, okay, let me rephrase. I think skating was more of an American thing that popularized around the world because of the game. That's a better way. I don't think it was that popular here. The fact that skate parks started, like, within that 10-year development, 10-year moment, like, they actually put skate parks so that it didn't, like, destroy curbs and stuff, like, in streets and stuff like that. They actually made skate parks and stuff a thing. Like, the fact that the world acknowledged it was really cool. I really appreciate that they acknowledged it, that it's a thing, and to try and keep it all together and stuff like that. So, it was really cool. Oh, the games are hard, yeah. Exactly. It's definitely a US thing. That whole scene and that punk rock thing is very American. But, oh, it was, most bands were American where it all came from. There you go. There's American culture. Skateboarding. You can have that one. You have the culture conversation, alright? You can have skateboarding, alright? Conformer, let's go! CKY? I like CKY. Do 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 do. Jokes on you. Oh, hello, right arms. I'm fully aware that the limiter's on, so that just you didn't hear that at all. Sean White snowboarding. See, that's what I think the snowboarding in Revelation is going to be like. It's going to be like Sean White or SS Pro, whatever it's called. That would be the best way you can do it. I'm stuck with this crappy character. Anyway, Scimitar is not as good as Power Banger, right? Hashtag just saying. We find red, we're cooking so hard, man. Literally no materia to put on it. What am I supposed to do, bro? In fact, you know what? Put that on. How much do I need for Neo? That'll level up. I'm leveling up the alls for when I do eventually get, like, Restore or some shenanigans like that. Apologies if I missed, like, half a chat. Wave Erase 64. Don't know what. Cooking. If you just wait, you can't mess this up. Actually, agree. Last week I had to deal with the optional fighter as well. It's kind of what. Yeah, Tony Hawk definitely popularized snowboarding, and the whole scene and the music and as well really helped. It helped everything. Just like video games, you know, video games helped support grow an entire industry. It did affect it. I'm not saying it's the sole reason, but it definitely helped grow it. I mean, it can't have been the... Obviously, it was already popular in US. Because, you know... Can I Odin? Because they wouldn't have made a video game out of it. But, let alone two. But, it hit the world because of the video. Best snowboarding game. Skateboarding game is Lego Island 2. Kingdom Hearts 2, mate. Kingdom Hearts 2 is the best skateboarding, what do you mean? Not just Wisdom Form, what about Twilight Town? Literally a skateboard in the game. In fact, better yet, what about... Oh, Death Penalty! Oh wait, it's crap. Me when I remember, I was like, oh, we get the ultimate weapon for Vince. Oh, never mind. Oh. All right, you can skateboard also in Olympus as well. Don't forget. Thanks for the 20 bits, Derek. Also, Zell from Final Fantasy VIII with his, what did he call it? Not boogie board, whatever it's called. Sniper CR, by the way. I saw it. I saw it. Rod alert, rod alert. Sniper CR and long barrel R, they're the ones. Is it bad? Nope, it's terrible. It's all terrible. Cloud of the girls. Imperial got. I have 69 gil exactly, by the way. Oh yeah, I'm right arming, aren't I? Setup don't even matter. Oof. At least skateboarding. I don't want to do that. Then you realise how painful skateboarding is. Never mind. Explosion strats. Read them and weep. Actually, this is official speedrun strat. Can I have a go? Bye. Did I lose 2 minutes? Of what? I'm not even playing slow. Or trying to play slow. Haha, Tifa, I beat you. Oh, my voice is going. I got marbles. Good to see you, dude. Added cut. Yeah, 17 people died because of the Emerald Weapons incident and because I started with Vincent and I had the Emerald Weapons incident. What do you want from me? I'm trying the best I can out here. This ROM was cooked the moment I saw the first character, mate. Okay, it's possible to PV with Vincent, but yeah, I'm not guaranteeing. Even if I had a god seed. This seed isn't terrible, but the bosses have been rough. I mean, carry armor into diamond into emerald is kind of crazy. He's here. It's funny that the guy's uniform is still, he only has one uniform, by the way. You think military, the people in the military would have more than one uniform. But in Shinra, you get one uniform. You gotta keep it somehow clean every single day. Somebody stole my uniform. You only have one uniform? Who's doing the budgeting in Shinra, man? Wait, what did you get, by the way? Cubs? Go. Go. Oh, the par was. The par was pretty high, wasn't it? It was like a par of 26 or something. You got 32. I got 30 something. Might be similar. I can't remember what I got, but it's close. Might look the same. Well, I thought you put so much for being quick. Right, just rip my dreams out. That's fine. Remind me of how much I suck. Because you dedicated way more time to snowboarding than I did. I dedicated like a week to one run each or something like that. Or like a day. I spent way too long on the normal one as well, and I hated it. Right? I'll never forgive the stupid snowman that stand in the middle. I still remember the PTSD of the stupid snowman at the middle of that level. They can suck it. I don't want to do it again. Why did I go in it? I never need to go in the shop. That's like too much snowboard. Stop trying to bait me into snowboarding. I'm done. I'm retired. It's not going to work. Like, I attempted... At least me, you, and Dev did the other runs. Everyone just did the one run and called it a day, right? We actually did more than one, you know, category. Cat spell. It was quite interesting because Pet Prim was tazzing them as the things that are possible through a Taz is stupid. You know what? All your big talk, go do the hardest level. Go do that chaos level, wherever it's called, right? Okay, all your big talk about snowboarding, go do the final challenge one. Mr. Snowboard. 3-second plays, Pog. Never played FF7 again? No. Your second time playing FF7 was the snowboarding speedrun. Quite funny. Restore! No, I didn't play up for the snowboarding. I used a save file. More precise, I used Death's save file since he gave it out. Wait, why am I running that? Is this not better than... Oh, you know what? Zydric could... Should she not? Whatever, dude. This will be fine. It doesn't matter. I'm right arming the entire way. Yo, EXP plus, let's go! No one's bullying me into games. That's why you just got to say no. Be like, no! I'll play what I want to play. I was bullied into it. I'd still be playing Persona 5 for like the entire 2 years because that's how the game's too long. Imagine pacing, right? Started that game back in 2017. 100 plus hours later, I'm bored of the game. That's the thing. I don't mean to get into Persona 5. I always, when we have these discussions around Persona 5, I was like well over 100 hours and like not even close to finishing the game. And that's when I'm like, game's a bit too long for me. It weren't interesting enough to keep me interested. Too much slicey life stuff. I was like, I can just watch slice of life animes that are better than me. Then you got Morgana going, I never unhear Morgana going, every single day. Like you load into a new day. No, shut up with your judgmental bro. Who the heck are you, man? I hated the fact that you could only do these 2 things in a day, and something that could be in reality, an hour of a day takes up the whole day, a whole afternoon, apparently. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Breakfast time to go. You can either hang out with someone or you can go play mini golf. Persona 5. My God, it's the greatest game ever. Oh, there's that crazy. I'm looking at these thinking, I wish I... Thinking this is still like Crucible and I actually want to use these, but right. In before Ultimate Weapon, sit in this shop here, right? Don't you dare, game. Good. Good. Yeah, I think it is a terrible stream game. I do agree. If there was a... I guess...
Good.
That's crazy!
Good. Yes, good.
How did you manage that? Good. Good. Yes, good.
Come on, man.
Surfing suntan, exactly. Two different words. I think if there was a way to only... If you could only focus on the palaces and the main story parts of the game, I think... Like a condensed one might be more interesting, like Persona 5 Lite or something like that. They could probably release that and make money out of it because it's the most Atlas decision of all time. Not the speed run, it's just the daily life stuff is just pointless to me. It's not, it doesn't make the game good. It doesn't. The idea and the premise of Personas is very interesting, but you completely forget about it or stop caring about it because you're too busy playing mini golf or trying to buy some random fridge in a shop to make it work again because it's been in your neighborhood for the last 20 years or something like that. Yes, that's a thing in Persona 5. Yes, you could skip all that, but then they obviously put that other stuff in intentionally. It's like... But I think none of that bothered me the most. It was the confidants thing that annoyed me the most. The friendship leveling thing with the confidants and just, you have to do the right answers or you mess it up. And it's just like with the stupid musical note. I was like, just, oh. The game's too long to get those right and wrong. Just get on with it, man. I want to play a slice of life game. I'll play an actual slice of life game. You know, dating sim, whatever. Which are very popular in Japan. Slice of life, a lot of anime, that slice of life anime, that was a game first anyway. That's quite a well-known fact. A lot of the anime you see out there were actually video games before they were anime. But ironically, Persona's the one that's not. Exactly. Sounds miserable to even want to replay the game. I need to get out of active mode, bro. Oh, for crying out loud! Can someone just have a go? I'm gonna die. Got an S mine. Okay, I need to do this. I don't even have any potions. I have no healing, dude. Okay, we have cat spell. I lied. No, I don't know where I've started to drill into Persona 5. I think it's just we were talking about like a few days ago and I didn't add in the fact that I have too many hours in it and I still didn't get any over it. But it's a preference. That's video games for you. It's not preference. Truth be told, if I was really that interested in it, I would have gone and finished it. I've tried to go back and finish it, but it's a game where if you stop playing the game, you have... I don't need to do that. You do... If you stop playing that game and take a break, then you can't... It's impossible to get back into without starting again. The life simulator... Well, I can just... There's no different to GTA then. Yeah, the music does carry it, for sure. I don't think people who hate the anime aesthetic. I think the game's very popular in the anime world. I'm probably the outlier. Most people who like anime like Persona anyway. People do not like anime. I think you underestimate how popular anime is now. Back in the day, sure, but since like 2016, it's been, since Crunchyroll became an official company, like a legal company, I guess, then yeah. I know you don't know anime, but I can assure you, anime is very popular. Well, GTA 6 and Persona have two different audiences. You think E33 sold well, no matter. I don't actually know. People would absolutely have just called it a Persona ripoff at that point, though. Second best armor in the game? Oh, I can't afford it. Get out of these shops. I think popular crowd people might not have tried E33 if it was anime, yeah, sure. But there's lots of serious anime. To be quite honest. In fact, to be honest, that whole game would work for good anime. If it had Vinland Saga level anime graphics, it would be really good. Or Attack on Titan, kind of stuff. Good thing I feel. Casual video? Yeah, but you can say that... Okay. For the casual video gamer, Expedition 33 didn't do well either. So you can't really compare the two, because E33 didn't sell well in the casual audience. No one cared about it. It's a gaming world. E33 was niche. Based off what you're saying, E33 is also niche. So it's not really a comparison point then, is it? If that's what we're saying. We've definitely done spices before now. Because we've done oregano, paprika, and cumin before. We've pulled Kate Sith, oregano, or cumin before, I'm convinced. Or paprika. Loud! Who's this guy? I'm not gonna get red, am I? I think you're right though, yeah, okay. E33 is more appealing to the casual market. It didn't work though, did it? Again, it depends on the audience. I mean, you could argue Dragon Quest is because it's got the Akira Toriyama, which even if you haven't watched a single anime in your life, you'll know what Akira Toriyama is because of Dragon Ball Z. You don't think Dragon Quest will ever sell as well as E33? I tell you what, why don't you go look up how much Dragon Quest has sold compared to E33 and then come back to me. Oh, Kate Sith is the character. Even outside of Japan. Go look up Dragon Quest 11 sales, I guess. You could look at just the year that came out there. Make it, keep it a thing. You say E33 sold well? It sold well for what it is. It didn't sell well compared to other big games. We're talking about casual audiences here. You brought up casual audience, so that's what this discussion's about. In the gaming universe, yeah, E33 was the most popular game of the year. Absolutely, that and Silksong, right? But those games didn't even hit the market because because games like Battlefield 6 and NBA 2K and stuff. Did E33 sell 9 million? I thought they must have sold like 6 million. I thought it was on 6 million or something. I don't think the aesthetic is what sold it, but like I don't think that alone is what sold it. I think popularity sold it. I think word of mouth and streamers going, "Oh my god, best game ever," helped make that game sell as well. Like it didn't pop off on day one; it popped off within the first week. Nobody was talking about the game 2 weeks before it came out, but it did extremely well because it's one of those games that didn't have an IP backing it. You know how Dragon Quest already has a fan base? Expedition 33 had no fan base. That's what the success of E33 is, why it's so fun. And that game is incredibly niche. It's not made for a particular audience. Whereas Dragon Quest and Persona definitely are. I just don't think they're comparison points. Honestly. Because they're two... I mean, they're both turn-based games. I guess you can compare them. I think it's just two different audiences, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, I think it's just two different audiences. And I think there's one true way of saying it. Because you could ask an anime fan and they'll just say that you're wrong in every single line you're saying. And you could ask a non-anime fan and they'll say you're absolutely right. Everything you're saying is on the mark. It's an interesting. It's like, and again, it's a subjective. There's no objective. There's no objectivity to this conversation because they can't be. Feel me? I don't think anime aesthetic holds back sales, no. I think if you're into anime games, you're playing anime games. Yeah, you can't generalize it. But I think that what Heroes is trying to say, and I do agree with him here, is that E33 reached out to audiences outside of JRPGs, fandom, or has a better chance of doing it because of its aesthetic over Dragon Quest or Persona. And I think that's fine. I think that's a fair point. Because if you don't like anime at all, you're not going to touch an anime game. For sure. Generalizing does mean nothing. Hyperrealism is in now, yeah, for sure. But you can't quantify it. That's what I'm saying. It's a taste thing. God, I didn't press that. Like, there is no answer. That's what I'm trying to say. They're two different markets. It's like comparing basketball and NBA in a way. They're the same thing, but they're not, you know? Does that make sense? They're the same, but they're not. It's an interesting conversation, because actually, if E33 was an anime, which in my opinion would work, would it have sold as much as it did? I don't think that's the reason what that sold it, but I think that it made the game a bit more approachable. Your popular streamers who are just chatting streamers or react streamers probably would never have tried the game if it was an anime game. I don't want to name names and get into it, but you know who they are. Most of them I don't like. Insert streamer I don't like probably never would have played it if it was an anime game. Hi, Tranks. Can't say no to Tranks. I always overbuy Tranks for some reason. I'm finding some healing, even if it is potions. I think the thing that sold E33 was just how all the themes of the game and everything about the game that was... It's like all the things that came together that made that game what it was. If it failed in one area, it wouldn't have done any. People would have switched off in that area. I need that, 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 I need that so bad. How much is it? 20k. It's getting a little bit tough to do this. Oh, screw it! It's fine. I'll survive. Enemy waves better. Gives me more chances to just deal with stuff. Depends on the company. Some companies only focus on sales. I don't think it's overrated. I don't like calling a game overrated just because you didn't have the greatest time with it. These games that do well did well for a reason. It's not overrated because no one heard of the game before it came out. No one cared about it before 2 weeks coming out, with the exception of me and probably a few other people. Like, no one was talking about it. No one was hyping up. Overhyped, overrated, where something was overhyped and then on release, barely made any traction. It did quite the opposite. It was incredibly underrated and came out of the woodwork out of nowhere and completely swept all the games that were expected to do well. Games like Silk Song, Hades 2 and stuff like that, that had the expectation to win a game of the year or something like that. You know? Yeah, well, there's annoying loud fan bases in every single popular game. That just happens no matter what. But it didn't come close to sales to the rest of the US market in reality. toxic, obnoxious vocal minorities exist in every popular game. Calling it overrated is not fair to the game itself. What it did is it brought this idea of what a game should be. Kind of what you're saying there. Like, this level of quality is what's expected out of a video game. And you're right. I mean, my expectations weren't low. I'm massive on it. I always have like, very critical. I fell in love with that game before it even came out, and it delivered for me. Not every other game is trash either. I don't agree with any of these sentiments. I'm sick and tired of every modern game sucks and is bad now. That's not true either. If you want to compare it to the rest of the AAA game market, sure, go ahead. But lots of great games came out in 2025. It weren't just E33. Silksong, Hades, Kingdom Come Deliverance, to name a few. Like, the list goes on. And so many games didn't even get acknowledgement. So when people say modern gaming, now you're generalizing because you're just using like, oh, the popular games that are out there, right? But we're saying that sentence also gives that interpretation that all old games were all great, which is not true either. There was plenty of bad games that sucked then too. We just remember the good ones that stand out. E33 will be a standout game for sure. We'll remember it from modern gaming. Kind of thing, you know. I know you never said that, but it gives that interpretation to the idea that it is. Because if you say modern gaming, that means at some point it was great and it didn't have this problem, you know. As always, but the gaming industry has grown larger than it ever has before, and because of that, because of that, these things happen. When you have something that grows its pop, it's funny that we just got Materia Keeper there, by the way. Because of that, because it's got popular, you're going to get these. Just like, well, you know, let's use music. Music is a good example of this. No, I don't want to quit. There's lots of good music out there, but there's lots of generalistic, boring, crappy music that uses the same sound sample over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? We'll be like, man, 90s music, 80s music, nothing beats that. But then someone who was born like in this generation will be like, man, that Drake track is top tier, right? Like, and we'll be like, nah, you're wrong. Drake's trash, man. He's got no creativity. Everything's a sound, you know, everything's a soundboard. Like, there's no creativity in it, kind of thing, you know. Good night, Dailies. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Yeah, but not all video games are like that. You gotta remember, not all video games are like that. Like I said, I think video games are the best of ever. And the industry is bigger than it ever has been in its existence, and there's lots of great out there. But we hem in too much on the negativity and the bad stuff, and say that that's the whole industry. Because EA and Activision and Blizzard stood at the top of it, making more money than everybody else. Congratulations to them, but they're doing it in crappy ways. And they are only the casual audience. They're not, you know, the gaming audience, the real gamers, I guess, quote unquote, the non-casual audience, are the ones that are niche. We are the niche audience. The entirety of the online gaming fandom and all this online rage bait, it's all those YouTubers and stuff like that, and all these narrative drivers will be like, everyone thinks this, when in reality, that's the niche. But saying E33 is overrated is completely such a wrong statement, because it's a dev that came out of nowhere. A brand new dev team that had an indie backing, had like a small backing in reality. They got a lot of big investment. But like, it was a Cinderella story, and it was like, they didn't expect it to do well, and neither did anyone else expect it to do well, but they did well. Just because a game's popular doesn't mean it's overrated. Right, but I didn't say it's the best. I think Final Fantasy X is still better than E33. But there's always going to be people out and say this is the best game ever made because, well, to them maybe it is. But it's subjective at the end of the day. It's always subjective. Because our favorite games are all different. We all have different favorite games, and that's okay. I'll tell you right now, a lot of the fan base for E33 don't do this proclamation stuff like that. Just the annoying people on the internet do. The attention seekers, but you don't pay attention to, you don't give them people attention. Anybody with a blue tick on Twitter, just ignore them, man. Don't ever take anything those people ever say seriously. They're just baiting to make money out of Twitter anyway, because that's all they can do. They have lack creativity. Sorry, Chris. 2 times. We have full wet E33 is a rarity. Disagree. There was lots of popular games come out last year. Unfortunately, E33 was a standout above them all. I played a lot of the really good games last year. In fact, over the last few games, for a few years, there's been games that like people didn't expect that came out of the woodwork, did it? Helldivers 2, whatever it is, did extremely well. In the previous year, Stellar Blade wasn't expected to do well, and it did incredibly well for what it was. I said. But that's not the whole reason why he quit Ubisoft. He quit because he was bored of making their slot. Just to be clear, then it's not like it's not. Let's get the right information out there. Is no excuse for subpar games? Well, okay. If we're talking about AAA games, E33 doesn't come into this conversation. You know that, right? There's lots of good games that came out last year that isn't E33. Right, so E33 is not a part of this conversation. The Western AAA companies don't need to know the market. Incorrect. They do. It's just not what you agree with. Or like. The slot that you refer to is selling more in the US market than it is anywhere else. Casual gamers, unfortunately, is more American than anyone else. No, it's not a disrespect thing either. Like, you can just Google this. It's right there. I'll tell you, top 10 US market games sold, and you'll be shocked. You won't find Silksong, E33, you won't find any of that stuff. Hades 2, you won't find any of that. Oh, crap! Right, but if you want to talk about AAA slop, right, you have to talk about casual gaming. That's where this conversation started. The conversation has changed 5 times since the beginning of this whole conversation. Also, I didn't split again. Going off, I keep bringing it back to where you started, and you keep moving the goalpost for me. I think it's a good conversation, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to, again, not supporting this stuff. I'm just explaining why this stuff exists. And arguably, this stuff is not a failure. Western markets know exactly what they're doing, and they're making money out of it because they know it works. The whole microtransaction thing that Heroes hates more than anyone else in the world, right? Do you know why they exist? Because, yes, they're making money. Profits for money. They're making money, bro. What do you think the microtransactions exist for? For the casual gamer that plays at two or three games a year, and they'll be like, yeah, okay, well, I don't play other games. I might as well buy the skin of it. That's where all the money is. Not us. It's... Oh, for God's sake, these stupid dialogues, bro! Stop distracting me, YouTube! You want AAA devs to figure stuff out? I mean, there are good AAA devs. Square, for example. It's fine to keep bringing out Ubisoft and EA and stuff like that, but I'm always gonna be like, they are doing it for a reason. Ubisoft have a bad reputation now because they've been caught out. So they either steer into the crap, get another investor, or they make a big change. Capcom? I hate to break this to you, mate. Hey, this isn't breaking news. Not everything Capcom have released in the last 5 years have been successes. They're just the most successful AAA company right now. Japan AAA company being successful, what a shock. I didn't even need FIFA, but we're going for it anyway. Trying to make money on gacha games, though. You're underestimating how much money you're trying to make with just gacha games and mobile games. Which, by the way, those countries make money through the whole worse than microtransactions, to be honest with you. Don't discredit Wukong. I didn't discredit Wukong. But, you know, I didn't discredit it in any way. Don't put words in my mouth, bro. But you wanted to talk about China as a whole, and I'm bringing in the biggest income for China. Yes, we got red! That worked out really well. Rosemary. What is that song, dude? Is rosemary a spice? That's really bad. Oh man, the missiles here, bro! I don't have it. I can't get it. I can't afford it. It's not fair. Truth be told, I don't think it's that shocking with China. I think it's more of a case of they're just being discovered now. Like how Japan was. It's just some things take time. They just kind of stick to their own market, you know. But it's nice. I like variety. I like people that challenge the market a lot. I can't even buy long range. Bro, this is not fair! But not every Japan, China, and Korea game is doing well. Just the ones you know about fairly well. Speaking of Korea, apart from Stellar Blade, what games do you know? By the way, Stellar Blade's devs have a game called... had their income and their investment come from a gacha game. StarCraft is an American game. Basically owned and ran by Korea at this point. Wait, Palmer! We got Palmer at Palmer! What is this scam? Thanks for the heal, bro. Western market can't figure it out. What can't they figure out? You haven't answered the question. They just don't make games that you like. We like Japanese games. That's the reality is. We like Japanese games because we like RPGs. That's it. TLDR. The Western market, I say Western market, I'm going to have to use the US market because the European market's more of Japanese market as well. It's close to the Japanese. In fact, Japanese market's more Nintendo orientated, if anything. Then you haven't answered. I do! You just choose to ignore me because it doesn't fit your answer that you want me to say. We're having the same conversation as the other night. Do I think that they're doing Do I think their practices are good? No, but are they making money? Yes. You think they're all... Do you think bad practice equals company not making money? Which, that's not true, because if they weren't making money, they wouldn't do it. I should have put red in. Should have put red in. Red's better for this. Xbox is losing money because they were a terrible console company for like 10 years. Xbox shot themselves in the foot like a decade ago. They're not relevant in this conversation. Let's talk about relevancy, shall we? Xbox are not relevant. They haven't been relevant for like forever. Bungie, what happened to Bungie? I don't know. The Activision and Bungie had a falling out, and they basically killed their own game. Ubisoft, I've explained Ubisoft already. Blizzard, they might release slop, but they're still making money. Diablo 4 sold more than you think, mate. Hate to break this to you, but Diablo 4 sold more than Final Fantasy VII Remake. Sold more than Expedition 33, mate. I think. Don't quote me on that. Okay. Who have I got? Hold up. I need to menu for a minute, chat. Give me a minute. Give me a moment. Let me cook. I can't run any of this crap. Overwatch was very successful within... But Overwatch 2 made so much money. You talking about success? Why is it success? Success to a Western company is money, heroes. That's it. You're talking about success, right? To us as gamers, yeah, they completely messed up Overwatch. Everybody hated it. It's something like... But in reality, that game never lost popularity. And the moment Overwatch 2 was losing popularity, they just removed the 2 and suddenly it's the most popular game again. Somehow Overwatch is now back in the market and back all over the place. Highest gamer, highest it's had on in there forever. These games that were crap were crap to the dedicated fan base, but did well across the board. That's the scary reality. So that is the scary reality. And if, like, the Game Awards are based on sales, that's who would see in the Game Awards. Thank goodness it's not. So when people say Game Awards rigged because this game won, they don't know what they're arguing over. A lot of people have low bars, or rather, they just don't care. You can't expect Joe, who works 70 hours a week, to have time to look at the gaming market and find the niche games out there when they just have 2 hours a day to play a video game, you know? Again, context is everything. There's more casual gamers than anything else. I used music as my example about 10 minutes ago. There's lots of trash music out there that we would consider trash, but people think it's really popular, really good, you know, because they identify with it, I suppose. I don't know. TV is a really good example, to be honest with you. Taylor Swift. Which is Taylor Swift. I gotta say that carefully. Taylor Swift fans compliment. It might release, but the base is what I'm trying to say is here, and to settle this conversation. If they will release crap slot, for sure, but in reality, it's still making money. So the Western companies, to go back to what Hero's saying, why the Western companies not doing what the Eastern companies are doing, is because that slot sells in the Western market, in the US market specifically, at the very least. Like, and unfortunately, that's the cold hard truth. If you look at top selling games in 2025, that is the reality, and that is my whole conversation base right there. I don't even have to like. It's not even that deep. Don't even have to get that detailed about it. The E33 didn't sell. It wasn't a top-selling game in 2025. That's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. The game that everyone thinks outsold every single thing was an E33. It was Battlefield 6, which surprisingly, I will say, was a good AAA game from EA, actually. And then they let go of all the people that were involved in Battlefield 3. Good job, EA. But you were like saying that E33 was popular because we finally had a good game, and saying all other games are bad. And I disagree with that. There's lots of good games out there. You just have to look for them. But E33 is also a niche game. Based on that same conversation. For us, I think there's loads of good games for us. Again, it depends if you're into the style of game, but I've played a lot of good games over the last couple of years and had a great time, and they're really good games. I don't know. I don't really see much of I think good games are already being made. I think a lot of the industry already noticed it. Just because good games might be coming out this year, it's not E33's fault. People were like, E33 gonna change the price of video games, guys. Didn't change nothing. Nothing's changed. What's the topic this year? GTA 6 Deluxe Edition is $100, so it didn't change anything. I don't think E33 changed the industry at all. It opened some eyes, but it didn't change much at all. Damn it, really? This fight? I don't have a mirror, do I? No, I do have a mirror. I wish it did, but it didn't. I think Copium could think otherwise. The game's an industry changer? Not so much anymore. I think GTA 6 is, whether I hate to admit it or not, is an industry changer. Right, but it doesn't change anything, Heroes. What games have been... There's other games being sold for $50 out there. Before E33, you just didn't notice it. But it shows that you can sell these games. But again, the reason why games are expensive is because of the labor. Labor costs are the most expensive thing in any business. Anyone who's been involved in any form of business will know that I'm talking absolute truth. It doesn't have to be in the game industry. The cost of people is the most expensive asset in any situation. Now, the dev, Yumi did come out and say that we did it because you don't need to charge this kind of money for the game. And he's right. He's right. And he was making his point very clear. Didn't stop anything. The giants don't care. They will still charge that money. Didn't change anything. It's not hurting anybody. But you're talking as if E33 is the only game to have ever sold for $50. That's not true. In fact, Wukong weren't even $80, mate. Like, a lot of these games aren't at that price. Whistle while you were. I'm just gonna take the thing that sells more. Dude, I literally have no decent, like, thing anywhere, bro. Baldur's Gate 3 is another good example. Baldur's Gate 3, E33, same are good comparison games that stood out in the market that people were like, whoa. But Baldur's Gate 3 were an IP. Baldur's Gate already had the IP going behind it. And Larian already well known. Yeah, the World Cup will sell FIFA more now. I bet FIFA 26 sold a bunch of money and it's on sale as well. What are with all the vanilla bosses? Someone's screen split as I kill him off, please. I need to actually do a split. But I am the biggest E33 shield you'll know in this area out of all your streamers, I guess. And I can tell you right now, it's not the best game of all. It's just a really good game all round. It shows what's possible for some. Yeah, but there's lots of JRPGs that are just it just hit that casual market a bit, you know. It hit some of the casual market, you know, and that's fine. I support that. But it didn't hit all the casual market. It just was like, oh, what's this game? Not heard of it. I think Heroes is right though. I think if it was an anime game, it wouldn't have hit as casual people as it did with others. In that, not to go all the way back 5-10 conversations ago, but now that I think about it, an anime aesthetic might have not helped it. But they are. E33 was made as a Final Fantasy game. We all know that the dev for E33 is a massive Final Fantasy fan, and Sakaguchi is his hero. So at the end of the day, it weren't even made to be a popular game. They weren't trying to create a narrative for their game or anything. The narratives came from the internet because, well, it's the internet. They can't help themselves. Devs would just come out and say, we did not expect this game to do well. Even Ben Starr and all the actors are like, we didn't expect this to pop off the way it did. We were just like, it's a divisive game that, you know, wasn't even meant to do well. Just like the old John Lennon quote about the Beatles, if you've heard it. Like, we're just four guys, you know. We're just a band that just got just very good. That's all. Like, that's a real quote from John Lennon about the Beatles back in the day from an interview, and that proves that's literally is the equivalent of this. They were just 33 people, you know. They got together and made a game and just were very popular. That's all. Well, he met everyone. He went to Japan. He did exactly what I would have done in his situation. Made a game. We don't get error in this run. Just realized, no error in the game chat. This is the error-free run. They made a popular game, made all the money, went to Japan. That's exactly what I would do. Where are you going now? I'm going to take a holiday and go to Japan. I'm going to go meet all my favorite devs. And he did. He met Kojima. They went and met Kojima. They went and met, they went to Square HQ. They met everyone, didn't they? Like, one of my favorite moments from the game, in fact, my favorite moment from the Game Awards last year was Yumi going, he didn't thank family or anything. He was like, he waited till because he knew they were basically won. And like, he was like, I want to thank Hirobono Sakaguchi. And as a Final Fantasy fan, that was a very special moment for me. I'm willing to bet most casual Final Fantasy fans don't even know that the name Hirobono Sakaguchi is the creator of Final Fantasy. I'm willing to bet that a lot of people didn't even know that name, even in the Final Fantasy fandom, especially in the E33 fandom, right? But those who did know and found it, you know, important. Do you know who did know about E33? The creator of Baldur's Gate 3. Remember that speech? Next year a game will come out and it'll blow everybody away. Bang. What happens? He was right. But E33 weren't the only game. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is a good game to bring up in this conversation. I forgot about it. This whole narrative that, oh, Square will make games like E33 now, I don't like that. I said before E33 game ever existed, well, okay, ever was a conversation or even was teased, I said when I was playing Final Fantasy 16, I said, I bet the next Final Fantasy game is going to be a turn-based game again. They're going to go back. I said that before. It's popular to say it. Now what's going to happen is they're going to be, oh, they just copied E33. Even though FF17 is 100% already in development, they start games like 6-7 years in advance. So at the end of the day, right? Like at the end of the day, oh wait, where am I going? I have to go into the Lunar Half. At the end of the day, like I actually split. Let's go. They were probably already doing it. Probably. Well, some of the team who were making it made 16 yet. But FF14 and 16 are very different. 16 is not an MMO. Just got some really bad pacing at places. Is a really good game. Unfortunately, just it suffers some pacing issues, and I think COVID also affected its development. There was a lot of unfinished stuff in that game. It doesn't have the same system as 14. The kaiju thing? What, big summons? Right, because that's never been done before, ever in the history of video game and narrative and stories. If anything, that means that Attack on Titan did it first. No? Although FF14 might come first. But that's not the same thing. There are similarities for sure, but like, yeah, the DNC5 guy did the combat. I'm at 16, and the only criticism I accept is it's not a JRPG. It's just an action game. That's fine. It's an action game with shoehorned in JRPG moments. Yeah, and you're right. And a lot of people didn't speak to a lot of people. A lot of people said it's not a Final Fantasy game, which is a really weird term when you think about it. But I get what people are saying. It didn't feel like a Final Fantasy game to them because it just basically wasn't a JRPG. Well, whatever they probably decided FF17 was set. We just don't know about it yet. That's the truth. But Final Fantasy always do something different every mainline game. You got to remember that. It's a different system every single time. That's what Final Fantasy is known for, not doing the same thing. It's like calling this a turn-based game when it's not. Like, or calling all Final Fantasies turn-based. Make Final Fantasy turn-based again. It's such a stupid term because it's only 4 Final Fantasies that are turn-based. Most of them are ATB. I do think they might go back to ATB or a turn-based game for 17 though, but I've been saying this for a while. Right. But how many years between Final Fantasy III and Final Fantasy X? Just out of curiosity. Final Fantasy III came out, what, 1990? And 10 came out 2001? So, 11 years? I think if you talk about Square a lot, you're a fan of it. Even if you don't like all the stuff in it. I'm going for that material. Otherwise, you wouldn't care and you'd talk about, I'm so glad I went for that materia. Holy! Master materia out of nowhere, just like that. Hog. Just modern Final Fantasy games aren't for you, and that's fine. But I think you like the nostalgic stuff anyway in Heroes. I think you're very nostalgia driven. I didn't change my characters around. Oh my god. I'll manage. Who cares? I'm throwing right arms anyway, bro. Which one's Yuffie? Old Bay. I guess I should make Vincent the master materia, dude. Do that. Oh my god, my materia is all over the place right now, bro. Get it together. We have a skill, okay. Sure, man. I don't have time. Get out the menu. Get out the menu. Get out the menu. How's it going, Farquaad? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're enjoying your summer. I think, okay, I agree with Rod. I think devs don't take as many risks, and I think that's what older games, whether they were successful or not, do. 16 could have absolutely taken some more risks and landed with the exact same gameplay style. Exactly the same system, but there was too much safetiness. Like, the story was good, but there's too much safetiness in everything else in the game. And had they took a risk of, like, even just difficulty or challenging aspects, or just not make everything the same. For example, there was no unique system. The system was, you can click any icon and it doesn't actually matter for the whole game. That's not risky. Forcing mechanics into a game is risky, and that's good. I agree that there's a lot of modern media that doesn't take risks and tries to do the popular thing because it was easier to a casual audience or appeasing.
60% of the time, it works.
E33, whether you hate it or love it or think it's overrated, took risks. And I nailed it. Also, think of the 60-bit one. Do you agree with that? Do you think that E33, even though you're not the biggest fan of everything, took risks in their game? I think they took risks in their game. They wrote a story that's incredibly divisive, doesn't have a straightforward ending, has characters that aren't supposed to be liked. Boy, 3 days. Yeah, that is a good point, Seraphic. E33 took a risk at a smaller company. So there was no, we're just living our dream. If we're successful, we're successful. If we're not, well, it is what it is. Silksong took a risk. Last year was the year of risky games, actually. Silksong, everyone was like, make the game easier. The game's too hard. Double damage bad. Blah, 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 blah. Guess what? They didn't back down in any way. Silksong didn't nerf anything like it. They nerfed, like, the first fight of the game, which doesn't really matter. Like, that game's an actual Hollow Knight game. One of the talking points of Silksong was, do you think this game's too hard comparative to Hollow Knight? And I'm like, people just forget how hard Hollow Knight was when you first play it. Because you played it a lot. You get better at it. But there are AAA devs that do take risks, and those ones are better for it. Oh no, don't be like this, Rude. You're such a miserable character, bro. I wish you just weren't in the game sometimes. But if you take a risk, you get those people. Games are supposed to be fun! Why are we making games hard? And those people exist everywhere, man. You try arguing with those people. It's impossible. It's just impossible, bro! In fact, they exist in the gaming space, if anything. You know what would help? The tranks. The game keeps unequipping my tranks. I just don't have any... Okay, I do have stuff. Where is my EXP Plus, bro? I have 3. Where did it go? Oh, it's on another character, isn't it? Where is it, dude? God, these names are doing, man. I can't tell who's who, man. Cumin. Who the heck is Cumin? Not important. Oregano? Whatever. Right. Oh, no. No! I forgot to take the Zydric off of Sid. This run ruined you, my chat. I fully blame chat for all this. You guys and your video game industry conversation. How dare you have an interesting conversation with me? This would have PB'd and everything. I'm just kidding. It was dead from the beginning. I'm just vibing. I don't know about the rest. Weekend's about to start. It's getting spicy.
Come on, man.
There, I gave it a 3-month gift. It's up to spicy. Let's go. Thank you so much for the support. Oh. I'm not gonna lie. I've been autopilot in this run the entire time. That's why I didn't even change my characters. I've been looking at chat for 95% of this playthrough since. When did this conversation start? Outside Gold Saucer? I've literally not. I don't remember any of the fights. Who I fought. I remember Demon's Gate was Demon's Gate. I literally don't remember who Red Dragon or anything is. I have been not been paying attention to this run in any way. I'll record and I will say Ian Theory not overrated. Thank you. I'm not saying that there's any very free ban. I just don't think it fits in the ground overrated. NBA 2K could be argued as an overrated game. You know, Call of Duty Black Ops 7. 5th top sold game in the US, overrated, absolutely. I'm not saying that's anti-COD either, I'm saying because the reskin. I was very surprised to not even see Assassin's Creed Shadows being that top sold. I was expecting that to be. Oh, go away, rude, bro. It's just ridiculous. Alright, who's got the actual cure? I forgot. We've actually got a cure. dying! Stop attacking my one character over and over and over and over and over. There's just no way to sustain, man. Dude, I need the bathroom. Will you two just die, man? Just die. God, just miserable fight, man. What am I supposed to do here, man? If I have to redo all this, I'm gonna lose my mind. Just die! Who asked for your existences? No one! You know what would help? If I was doing the right... Okay, for starters, time to switch over to wait. Been active the whole time. Do I have a Lunicurn? I do. Alright, I'll use Magic Barrier and then Barrier. Alright, I'll do that. You lost your 226 straight. No! Dying to the Genova life death spit. Sorry, I'm tense now because I really need to run to the bathroom, and this fight will not let me go. I was going off. Hype train. I thought something actually dropped there. I was to go, yo, thanks for that, and then it just said hype train. Chat, code hype train. Code hype train. How's the randomizer going? It died in the first 5 minutes, but we're managing. Do you want to see? I'm not even paying attention to the whole random. I'm on autopilot.
I was frozen today.
Good one. Literally been on autopilot for the last every time I've missed a split. Been on autopilot for 1, 2,
The fish
3,
are over
4,
there.
5, 6 splits basically. Yeah, we should be talking about more present things like why is the white materia green? Or why is that big white light, that big shining light green and then giving it a glow? You never played it, how do you know that's white materia? I've done no story in it. I can explain that big shining light affected the color of the white materia right there. Also, actually, it's a clear materia. That is it's now interchanging. Dude, actually all materia is clear. How much damage is it gonna do? The same damage. Just sustain, bro. Just sustain and attack with two of them. Oh, crap. No crits allowed, man. Bro, why is magic so unfair in this? Marble, think of the gifted sub. Dart, think of the gifted sub, by the way. I'm attacking the wrong one! Oh, if he focuses on Kira, I can survive. See you later, losers. See you later, nerds. Race to the right. Why didn't they just cue them to run away at the same time? Stars in the sky. Yeah, I've heard they're really good. 8-inch cannon poke! Right, 1 moment, chat. I'll come back to that conversation. Because you're a puppet. I'm a puppet? No, I'm not. I'm a real boy. This run's got everything. Marsh bagging, not paying attention to the run, missing things, not losing Zydric. I did the worst possible way to lose a Zydric. The classic. Forgot to equip that armor. Da 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 da. On the bright side, nobody died. Right, I need to prioritize what's going on because this is a mess. Right. I was rushing things, but now I need to move things in the right places. This is getting silly. That's fine. That's a mess. That's fine. Okay. Can she actually benefit from literally anything? A counterattack should absolutely go on a gaining AP section. Okay, guild cost isn't on apparently. Right. I'm gonna move. Who the heck Bahara? Oh. Wait, no, okay, we haven't lost the Zydrac. I lied. Oh, thank goodness. Apologies for the lying part. I put it on red. I remembered, chat. I remembered. It's not over. Not over. I put it on red. Save, run, save. Menuing is very important in any speedrun, actually. I'll have you know. You need to watch yourself speedruns before commenting, guys. Why'd you take it to the wrong house now? What garbage is that? Yep, went wrong way. We can still under 5 hours this one. Right? I am gonna check items. I mean for the rando experience. Great gospel. Let's go. Is it going fast? Well, excuse me for still being under 5 hour pace, despite the fact I've barely been paying attention to the run and accommodating this 2 hour conversation. Alright, it's a 1 hour conversation. The fact that I'm still only like that I was actually ahead. I was ahead of my pace at Demon's Gate was crazy. I just died to the Turks because that fight's very hard scaled up when you're low level. Yeah, excuse me for being a good streamer and engaging with my chat. I actually read what my chat writes, unlike other streamers who just pretend that they do. I'm betting we're not paying too much attention until I came across the Genova Life fight. Then it was over. I didn't lock into that. I just did too much damage. I wasn't yelling at heroes. I was having a conversation. We're chatting. I'm sorry that if my voice goes up when I'm trying to make a point. That's just how it is. That's why you guys like me so much. I get passionate about these kinds of conversations. It wasn't even an argument, exactly. It was a conversation about 3 different interpretations of video game industry, and it's honestly. And I was just trying to explain why video games the way they are. We basically just did a conversation that regularly happens in the debate club, except for I actually inputted this time. With logic. I know, imagine that, using logic. Crazy. Yeah, screw you, Vincent, I don't care. Did you hear the fires in Canada are smoking out the area where the stadium for the Soccer Game World Cup was supposed to be at? What do you mean? The last 2 games are not in Canada. Hello, range cannons. You have to elaborate. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know about any fires or anything. How's it going, Logar? Welcome in. Scimitar, player, Prosperity, Silver that, Earring, Go, Pepiona, Antidote, Titan Bangle, Carbon Bangle. So I didn't hear that now, sorry. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is, unfortunately. Or were you talking about earlier in the World Cup? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, the stadium in New Jersey has been affected by the wildfires. Oh, that's crazy. That's kind of messed up. So they have to move it elsewhere. No, I know how. I didn't know there was wildfires. All right, I missed the part where there was actual wildfires happening, guys. Start the conversation with, did you know that wildfires are affecting the World Cup? Ah, okay. Well, hope everything's okay for those who are affected by that, because there's a lot of houses and stuff in between there as well. The game will play, so I'm gonna play that. I wonder if I'm at the point where I can even bother with really bad. Oh, no, that sucks. Let's acknowledge our friends and friends or people, like, people's lives are being ruined right now by wildfires. We won't have aircon. You guys don't have a deterrent for wildfires over there. They're not a deterrent to start getting on top of wildfires. It seems to happen every single year at this point. There's not a way to just, like, I don't know. I don't know how. I'm not an expert by that. I'm just asking generally out loud. Are there ways to deal with it? Yo, Stewie. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well today. Lost homes and habitats. Yeah, it's hurting, like, people's lives, you know? It sucks. It really sucks. No, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. Speaking of snowboard. You cut down the trees, but then where's the oxygen coming from? How would you breathe, sir? Besides, trees exist here and we don't have wildfires. Obviously, it's not always as hot as here. You probably have, like, more extreme temperatures where, like, oh, dead trees. We're getting Yorkshire after a night out and then a curry from the Podgy Indian. Whole thing behind, I'll guess them. How is it split like the whole race behind? I didn't even do anything slow. You know, finding these age cannons could have absolutely made this like. Oh my god, new tech! I'm gonna do that every week. That's a new tech. It's bounced off the wall. Swag strats incoming. Actual bonk strats that can be used. You think this will work in Revelation? It's not going to be this snowboarding game, mate. It's going to be a completely different snowboarding game. Probably a better design one. Bonk strats are top tier. It's snowboarding Queen's blood. Why have I still got Kate Sif? I thought I put red in. Oh my god, dude. Will you just get out of my damn party, Kate Sif? You're... I guess I didn't open up PHS in the world map. Here I am blaming the robot kitty when I'm like, I'm the one who didn't put the action in. Snow! That's none of that. He's got right arms for the. Can you? Oh, this section is so dumb. Snooge. By the way, sorry if I missed some of chat. Just by it all. Like my eyes have been looking this way and that way. But hope you're all having a great evening. Appreciate you all being here. Afternoon, evening, morning, whatever. I was hoping to wrap up this run pretty quickly. So that we can go back to the Crucible, but we'll see what time it is when that finish. See if they can do that at whatever pace. Remember the biggest drama was they better call him Ketchi or Kate Sith before Rebirth came out. Good times. That's gonna be my go-to when people have like their moments of rage over revelations, because you know how people be. Do you remember when the biggest thing was the Kate Sith and Kate Ketchi? Now look at you all guys. Stop costing me subs. Gunther the Career Killer. Something WWE. I saw a thing earlier on that they're trying to make out the narrative right now is SummerSlam apparently is a flop because they haven't sold enough tickets and it's 2 weeks away. Well, maybe because the US just hosted the World Cup, and a lot of people with money probably spent $1 bajillion on just going to the World Cup because of the prices. So no one has any money to go to a flipping SummerSlam wrestling event. Because consumer laws aren't a thing over there, and if they were, you'd be able to afford everything. I prefer Beckinsale. Kate Beckinsale's bad taste in men. Is it because she didn't pick you? Kate Beckinsale's bad taste in men because she didn't date me. You know what? So the World Cup. The World Cup trashed me. Fan base WWE isn't rich. Oh, they're rich, mate. They're rich, mate. But World Cup costs more money. Dude, can you imagine the discourse if Argentina win again? Oh man. Even Spain couldn't stop FIFA. It's gonna be a very exciting weekend. Like, I get when people say like there's questionable calls and like rigness and stuff like that, but at the same time I look at it and I'm like, Yeah, but Argentina's goals have been completely legitimately earned, like most of the time. It's not like they were given goals for free. The 2 goals against England were England's fault. The goals against Egypt were Egypt's fault. The goals against Switzerland was Switzerland's fault. At least the England France game could be really good. And why I say that because both teams don't care, right? So they might just go all out and could be a major goal fest. Mbappe, Elise, everyone just goes all out. You know, or they could be boring and be like, let's give everybody a chance to play in the World Cup. No, let's just make it a goal fest. Kane, Bellingham, all just go at it. You know, just go full in. 8-1-1, you know? Just go for it. Do the opposite. 6-5-4. 6-3-1. Who needs defenders? I still didn't. Oh, there's a minute save. Penalties for everybody. Be nice for a great idea when there were 13 matches on the card. How long were those matches though? First of all? And then I just don't care. Like I said, I am the most casual viewer of it now. I will watch the PLEs because there's nothing else on at that point. And I find it entertaining because I don't care about the stories and what's happening. I'm not trying to be some French English man. I want to play the entire tournament. I did the wrong thing. Oh, the first half, Argentina were terrible. But I'm saying 2 goals that England conceded were England's fault. It's not because of Argentina like pulling it. We allowed them those 2 goals. England allowed those 2 goals to happen. It weren't because Argentina were playing bad at that point. When you have your defenders leave Messi open to literally assist, why are you throwing that again? Stop throwing the damn flipping spiderwebs, man. When you allow Messi to be free in the one of the best players in the world in the last generation to just stand there by himself, despite the fact that Spence had an incredible game, you completely just lost the point there. Like, there was clearly no organization with the defense, and you left him free, and he assisted both goals. Crazy that. I know the moment that, well, everyone knows why we lost. We went on the back foot too quickly. As we were talking about video games, played it too safe too quickly, ended up with a bad result. Fanning a boring their way to victory. You know what's funny? Wayne Rooney went on record saying we should get Pep Guardiola for the next World Cup. You're right, because that would be fun football to watch. That'll really utilise Bellingham, wouldn't it? Although he does win. The thing about Spain in the France game is they didn't go on the back foot though. They didn't go to ultra defense. They just had control of the whole game. And that's what we should have done. That's what England should have done. But they didn't. They were like, nah, let's just go full defense. We'll be fine. And then we weren't fine. Yeah, 2 things to be right at the same time. I agree. Don't get me wrong. They were playing... In the first half, the ref should have booked half of the Argentinian team for crowding him and like arguing everything and doing this dirty play and stuff like that. But they do that. That's their mentality trick to try and mess the players up. CONCACAF football, mate. Well, I guess CONCACAF is it. The CONCACAF South American, there seems to be a recurring theme. Oh, I know what happened in the easy game. Again, bad calls, but the three goals that they conceded were completely Egypt's fault. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not that calls were made not in favor of Argentina, but the defenses just fell apart. And every single game, watch every Argentina game. If you want to watch every Argentina game, all you gotta do is watch the last 10 minutes. And you'll see them come back and win and score 2 or 3 goals in the last 10 minutes and win every single one of them. Why? And I said this, I said we did the watch along with Solid, right? And I said the last 10 minutes, I said it in like the 15th minute, I said this whole game, we can have control of it. It's the last 10 minutes where if we're gonna fall, we're gonna fall. That's where we'll fall. You need to be aware of that. What happens? 85th minute goal, 91st minute goal. I called it before it even happened. Also, why can't you just jump down the platform? Why did he jump down to the platform below? Explain that, purists. Tunku did admit that he was wrong about his decision. Made it jumped off too quick like that. Again, with the way we were playing on that after we went 1 goal up, it's like we just thought we were going to win, and as a result, we lost. That's why England lost that game. The second half, Argentina weren't like scummy, or scummy isn't the word, but they weren't doing any dirty tactics in the second half. They're not. Once they went 1 down, they realized they had to lock in and play the game, and our mistake was letting them play the game. So, hate to say it, England deserved to lose that game. Southgate would never. He was worse at it. They're calling it. He pulled another South. We pulled another Southgate. That's literally what happened. You know what's annoying is every time we get somewhere, I start to believe, and then it's over. Every time I start to believe, man. This is the country over it. We're at semi-final. We actually start believing we only start saying it's coming home around the quarters, and then especially the semi. We win the quarterfinals, everyone's like, coming home. This could be it. It's coming home. And then reality settles in very quickly. I think people are just angry in the moment. I don't think there's many better options. One of the potential sack is stupid. That being said, the most important decision he made in the World Cup cost us the game. Cost us the World Cup. So you could argue that, man, I wish I could the firing right now. How's it going, Besley? I think we're good. I think this is a really good England team. I just think that I think we've always been good. We just fail where it matters the most. Remember, England had one of the best games to watch out of the whole World Cup. The Mexico game, one of the best games to watch ever. I don't think we're the best. I think France are easily the best team in the World Cup. Even though they lost to Spain, it doesn't make them not the strongest team in the World Cup. But, I hate to say it, Spain are also one of the best teams. France, Spain, and England were the top 3 teams, for sure. And then Argentina. England have relied on two. Okay, relying on two players is unfair. The whole team, but two players definitely excelled over. Like Kane and Bellingham absolutely excelled where it played when it mattered the most, and Bellingham is a midfielder. Yeah, I don't think any people were scared to play against France, apart from Spain, were the only team that weren't scared to play against France. No one was scared of playing against us. I think that's a really interesting. I think that's a good insight. Because we don't go in strong. We don't go in heavy. We should go in heavy. Because we have the ability to go in heavy, you know? I agree with that. After all that, I've got to put Kate Sid back in the party because of teeth. Oh, it's part of the game, bro. Close. Also, I did split again. Well, it's over anyway. It is what it is. I didn't think we'd win the World Cup anyway, even if we made it to the final. I think Spain and France have outplayed England. Whichever one of them gone through. I just really thought we would have been able to manage Argentina. I think Saka's injury was a detriment. I don't rate Saka as much as other people do. Don't be wrong, he's good, but he's not like he's not the decider of whether we were going to have a successful campaign. We played really well in the league. Do you know a player that surprised me more than anyone? Gordon and Spence. They deserve their flowers. They absolutely performed higher than anyone expected them to. Well, Gordon proved how good he is when everyone was questioning him. It's the changes on that game that went out the window. Like the changes for, like they brought on Homie and what's his face, Rashford, to try and come back in the game right at the end, and I was like, it's too late. Should have done that and should have brought on Dan Burn and then Rashford as that swap around, so we still had an attack and not gone six in the back. That was crazy. But, oh, shut up, game. What are you yapping about? I was nowhere near it. I didn't say Saka was bad. See, this happens all the time. I don't think Saka was a game changer. I disagree. I think he's amazing. I didn't say he wasn't amazing. I just don't think he was a game changer to the tournament. The wingers played well. As you said, the problem was at our back. When every team we played against that could play against our back would walk through things. Apart from Norway. No, Norway couldn't get through us. Why couldn't we just do what we did against Norway? And Mexico, you know? It just fell apart against Argentina for some reason. Maybe it was pressure. I don't know. I'm confused. Who's Tifa? Because it's not one of these. Kate Sifers. Oh no, it is Yuffie. We're good. Alright, cool. Oh, I'm losing Yuffie now, aren't I? Ugh. Yeah, no thanks. Rufus is too dangerous. The changes were particularly wild. Went too early. But basically said, look guys, we had the momentum. And then instantly gave the momentum to Argentina. I knew the moment I saw the change happening, what was about to happen, and I knew. I didn't say it out loud because I wouldn't jinx it, but I knew we lost. And I thought, right. Yo, good night, Parker. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Always good to see you. Oh, was today the last day in school or something? Where all the teachers went out and got drunk? Normally, I remember that from the pub life. Funny, I've not been playing with a plan this entire run. I just do that so I get it, so it releases in the order I want it to. Rematch it. Week 3, me trying to get Barrett through this gap. You can't beat Tifa there, bro. There's no way of doing it, bro. I refuse to believe it. Look, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. That's exactly, literally what most people deep down, the majority, not the loud people, the majority feel about being in England. Not angry, just disappointed. Suck it, Scarlet. Hit through Maradona's rock. If only he didn't use his hand back in the day, we would have a second World Cup, you know? I was so waiting for that to act like, for someone like Argentina to accidentally score Can you imagine? That's how Argentina won the World Cup. It bounces off an arm. And the VAR is like, yep, the goal goes ahead. And everyone's like, the God Part 2, let's go! You know what I'll say? Not a single VAR check in that England game, by the way. Except, you know, no. I think it was the only World Cup game where I've watched where they didn't run to the camera for a VAR check. Both semi-finals might have been like that, actually, now I think about it. VAR was unplugged, exactly, yeah. Sorry guys, it went on. I see nothing. You know who I blame? I blame Oasis. We allowed Wonderwall to be the theme for England in the World Cup for some reason. That's where it all went wrong, relying on Oasis. Forever inconsistent band, you know? If you're gonna rely on Oasis, the forever inconsistent bands that decide to show up whenever they feel like it every now and then, you're asking to lose, man. And then maybe that we're gonna try and win the game today. And after all, Supernova. Is it gonna be down with the sickness? Nah, everybody would be like, I'm too ill to play today. So they're already trying to pull off. Oh, wow. No, it's around again. Oh, look, it's mine. Surely we don't need that again. You used to sing that at karaoke. Oh, wow. You're down with the sickness. You know, I remember that track being used for like 80% of FMVs. You remember FMVs? Or AMVs or whatever. What do you used to call them? Not FMVs, that's the thing. FMVs, you know, anime, like, or like little movies, AMVs, whatever. Yeah, AMVs. Where it was like anime music videos and it was always like Down with the Sickness or that song Headstrong. Dun, 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 that song there, that was used all the time as well. This is not where I belong. Cloud and team with this section? What? That's crazy. Do I even have any weapons for any of these characters? Some of the reliable ones, I suppose. My Immortal, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Evanescence is used a lot. But like, for the sad ones. He's still running the silver armlet? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Yeah, loads of Linkin Park ones. Was that song they did for Transformers? That was used a lot as well. Whoa! Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. This doesn't matter, bro. Just give me the materia spaces. Why did you remove all of my Red 13 stuff? Probably because I wasn't using Red 13 at the time. Oh, okay. Oh no, I messed up. AMVs with a day, man. Takes me back to a kind of place. Hey, that was of Linkin Park, man. Linkin Park, heyday, first 2 albums, bro. None was probably the most popular one. Do 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 do. Wait, walk on up. Do 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 do. Even I didn't split for the 30th time in the run. Speedrunner, by the way. Any armors? W item? Sure. I'll buy... It's too early. Too early to make this cool. Oh, I could have brought Cloud for Apocalypse. Oh, who cares? I'm not using him in the grand scheme of it all. Can I buy a second one? Sure, I'll buy 3. I'm throwing items anyway. Emily sang on the Game Awards last year, Daniel. Literally last Game Awards. You're a stupid game. Right, my inputs is the game's fault. Alright? Not my fault. Excuse me. I just realized this has been on silent the whole time, right? Oh, we'll check the materia. Time. We're getting a hat to the Niku. Good lord. What do they think? All the weebs are gonna fall for it? They probably will. I think it will in Japan. I think they will outside of it. And Darth, sorry. I don't care for Hatsune Miku. I'm not gonna lie, I never have cared for Hatsune Miku. It's just oh shit. I love Japanese pop rock, but oh, I see. Weeb alert, weeb alert, weeb alert. Me when my face when people think that anime equals uwu. Man, I hate it when everything's so anime because they're so uwu. Do you know what uwu even means or what the term? Launching Star Trek set in November. Wait, isn't there another TCG? When's the next Final Fantasy TCG coming out? Is it August, Seraphic? The Tidus one, right? Yeah. Time to pre-order. I said I'd do that. I'll get all the new FF TCG sets. Well, I'll buy like 2. Time to set up a goal on the stream. I did upload all my last card stream, yeah. Red, I need sandwich red. F7. Oh. Doesn't remind me of Umu. The jellyfish of death. August 7th? That's less than a month! Best snap them on the hop. I'm doing the item check. I don't care. Pace is too hard to catch up to now anyway. I can still sub 5 hours if everything goes well now. Yeah, this sucks, Terrific. I still haven't organized any of my cards. I want to finish my Magic the Gathering set, and I just like the ones I want. But they just sat there, mate. They literally just sat there, covered up a bit so they don't collect dust, but they just sat there, bro. It takes so long to go through everything. Fine, kill them. I'll look up how much it is for me in a minute. Well, buy it in a minute if you want to finish the run. No, or diamond weapon. I could look up diamond weapon. Well, it used to be 36 back then, so now I bet it's cheaper for me. I bet you any money, it's cheaper for me. What's it called? $50 a box. £50 a box. For $60. That, my friends, is called consumer law protection. That it's $60 for me, but 110 for you. I don't know why they make the rules so much for cards, but hey. So you guys are getting scammed. That's still pretty pricey. Time to set up a new goal at the end of after this run. Hey chat, look at the, if you want to see an included card open, all we need is a small donation of $100. 110 bucks. £100. That's a small donation. When's that new Cyberpunk PC come out? You must be getting a bunch of stuff, right? Since you invested in it, right? You're the Kickstarter. Is there any acknowledgement for Kickstarters? Like, do they get like a name, something like somewhere? Name if it gets published anywhere? What is with all of the flip it, bro? This is crazy. Another vanilla boss. It's the exact opposite of a spicy run. More of an Irby run. 2 weeks September, the current estimation. Interesting. Oh, cards in hand. Tax! Panic tax! Rude break, Lamau! Thank goodness that he hit K7. That could have been real bad. You guys are pretty strong. Contain Pog. I can hardly contain my excitement. Yeah, by all means. I always like seeing. I don't really comment on it, but I like seeing people's card things. I created a new channel, but I don't think anyone knows yet. But for like trophy hunters and whatnot. Yay! I pulled back some time. I was like, I just unlocked 3 packs in the last 3 weeks. I'm gonna post it. Got the mouse PI one now as well. Mouse PI. We all saw me get Elliot and Dinosaur. I'm at 75 platinum trophies. Yeah, it doesn't have to be PlayStation. It's kind of nice. I use PlayStation. Yeah, same 100%. I welcome all of that. And the occasional 1000 G Xbox gamer. Let your Discord down. Earth. You found Earth in the middle of the underground. That's funny. It's funny. It's funny. You know what I've lacked in this run? Actual accessories. These guys have anything in their shops? No. Did you? I think I skipped them. Yeah, I don't think I had anything in here. Oh, the escort guard peeps. The same as either or. To be honest with you, the Aurora is no flipping different. Ah, we're going backwards. Ah, if you can't fly this in Revelations, man, 0 out of 10 game. I'm getting more and more. I'm trying to train myself to play Revelation all the time, not part 3. I don't like the Rain Revelation very much, honestly. It's so overused. And I'm gonna add S to it every single time. They should have used Reunion for the 2nd game and Rebirth for the 3rd game. It makes so much more sense. What were you thinking? Wasting it on Crisis Core! Bro, my experience plus is really helpful. Yay, a 2nd conformer! Oh. At least I can sell it. Right, now let's change. Oh, I do have to change the line numbers. Actually, it won't matter. You and you go. Alright, video game, give me what I'm looking for. Missiles, Zydrix, all that kind of thing. Yes, I have Holy Torch. I've learned from last time, don't worry. Spiders from Mars. Good goodness. I mean, I'm kind of good for the rest of the run in reality. I'm just hoping for a decent armor. You know, all I was hoping for. What's going on with these setups, man? Enemy away, XP. To be honest, I want to just put counter on Yubi. And she's a long range user anyway. No, but they didn't use the word rebirth until like the word remake or rebirth hasn't been used either, as far as I can tell. Well, rebirth might have been used once. Rebirth. I tend to be like, oh my god, they said the name of the game, but yeah, but just using a word in a sentence doesn't really count, in my opinion. It's a bit of a stretch. They obviously wanted to have an impact of what's happening in the game. They just did it the wrong way around, because obviously it's quite a known fact now that Reunion was going to be the original name for the second game. But for some reason they called Crisis Core Reunion. Even though Crisis Core has nothing to do with the reunion! At the very least, the reunion. Remake, reunion, rebirth. Crisis Core Revelation. Yeah, that was called. Zach has a revelation. Not evelation. I don't know. When we replay through the games before the third game, though, we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. I think it's a good idea. As long as Aerith hates that rain, yeah? People look far into too much. Alright, Mr. 7 seconds. Don't you cover me. That's exactly what we do. That's what us nerds do. It's fun. Oh. Give me the ribbon. I don't care, man. I don't care anymore. Give me the ribbon. I bet the missile sat in the shop now. Watch it all happen. Watch it all fall apart. Shout! Shout! Let it all out! Oh, I needed to sell that conformer actually. It's only 25k, it's not 50k. I have 2 conformers, so I don't need it. I don't need it. She did. Just enough damage. I am looking forward to it. Like when we saw the trailer, they got hyped for it. I'm ready. I'm ready for the end. But I'm also not ready. Because we'll have no more remake. And it'll be really sad. Then the remake, and then everyone will be like, "Where's my Final Fantasy 9 and 10 and 8 remake?" Even though they're all bad ideas. Acknowledge caution. I didn't even say it. I'm sorry. Thank you for acknowledging caution, Rod. I didn't even say it. I broke my bit. I broke the bit. Acknowledge caution. See, I was ready for the second time. Push a bunch of DLCs. I don't. A bunch is pushing it. I think that likelihood is 1 for Vincent after the fact, but that's about it. Nothing major. Yeah, at least 1 probably. Probably focusing more on Vincent. It'd probably be the Dirge connection or something like that. Or however the end of the game kind of has like, it's like an epilogue. It could be like an epilogue DLC kind of thing. Exactly. Leave that guy alone. Shout out to the massive fuel gauge, by the way, over here. It's empty, by the way, that's why I moved it. I hope there isn't. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did connect it. See, the way I see it is, well, you could argue that all the stuff that came out after the original game is all remake canon, to be fair. But the way I see it is, this has nothing to do with the original game. Sorry, remake is a separate canon, so it's its own thing. So they could connect it to the movie. There is a there is a shot of a Whisper in it. I've noticed it before, but depends when they started writing things with the remake. And what they consider it. If you say this game is its own canon and the rest of everything is, you could argue that it is. Why is she not doing enough damage? Can you get it together, you beat? Like, seriously? She's conforming. Good one. Good one, mate. Truth be told, I don't care what they do. I'll say it because you don't think you've heard me say it. I don't care what they do with the game and the story, as long as it's good and consistent to what the remake and rebirth has been so far. I'm fine. As long as it's consistent to the writing of remake and rebirth, it's fine. I'm not one of those compare everything to the original game and expect it to be. You know, it's a bit too much. They're two separate products, two separate games, and two different eras. Comparing it directly just becomes pointless and arbitrary at that point. Do more damage, that is. I think it'd be terrible if they ever confirmed it as a sequel. It would be actually horrendous writing and terrible marketing. Think about it. Imagine writing a remake, having a remake for reaching out to a new audience, and they're like, sequel theory is nonsense. It has been the whole time, because you can't write a narrative as a sequel to the original game and call it a remake when you're trying to reach a new audience. It's just you can write that game story without having anything to do with this game. You can do time travel, warp welding, whatever you want to call it, without this game existing. That game could still be exactly what it is now without this game existing. You know, the writing, I mean. So it's more like a love letter. Remakes are supposed to be love letters to the original game, at the very least, right? But like, that way you can enjoy the original and you can enjoy the remake. That's why I'm like not big on this whole compare everything, because you just lose. You don't look at what's making that remake special. With mainline Final Fantasy in general, yeah, but this is one story. But you're right, they like to make the game, but you don't have to worry about missing out on that. Fine, I'll use the right arms, man. These guys just don't want to die immediately. But yeah, having to know the original. One thing you can look at and realize is like a lot of people don't understand this because we've played this game, especially in the FF7 fandom. A lot of people try to argue you have to have knowledge of this game to understand what's going on in the remake and rebirth. You actually don't. You actually don't. I've actually watched somebody play the game, play remake, without knowledge of the original. They didn't play the original and still pick up exactly what's going on. It helps, or it's more like it's a love letter. If you can appreciate certain things, or you'll be getting that second playthrough experience, kind of almost, you know, when you play a Final Fantasy game for the second time, and you pick up breadcrumbs that you kind of already wear, that stuff's there. So they've actually done a great job with both parts in that sense, because that means that core fans are enjoying the game, and new fans are enjoying the game. It's written fresh from that perspective too, and it's really hard to do that. And I think they absolutely nailed that really well, you know? The writers and the game doesn't get enough credit for what it does. People just like to find the first thing wrong with the game, some arbitrary small thing, and then make out the whole game terrible. Okay, I think overall, most people like the remake and rebirth, whether you're a FF7 fan or new to it. But, like, I'm talking about the annoying loud people. But unfortunately, because FF7 has the biggest fan base, obviously it's always going to be those people. It gives you more, but that's just being the FF7 fan. Being a reward for being a fan of the original. And what the remake could do is make you go back and play the original almost as well. But you don't need to have played the original to actually follow what's going on. Because no matter what they do, they seem to tie things in. And if they don't tie things in, it's left to interpretation. Just like this game does. There's lots of things in this game that isn't even like answered to this day. I'm saving twice because I'm a pay. Let's go in real chance. What's the best Final Fantasy game to start with? I would say Final Fantasy X is the most. If you're more of a modern gamer, I guess, or not like you don't care about this kind of aesthetic, or if this aesthetic doesn't bother you, start at 7. But I would say 10 is probably the best. There's a word for this. Yeah, 7 or 10, absolutely. But I think 10 is the best one to get into. Easier to get into. If you like 10, you'll like 7 and 9 and 8 and 9 and stuff. Because it's of that style. 10's more accessible and it's got voice acting and stuff as well. And it's like not completely PS1 graphics, so you can go back. I don't think starting at 6 is a good idea. I don't think 6 is a first-time Final Fantasy. I reckon 10 is the best one to start with now. With modern gaming, I would say 10. I would recommend people start at 10 and go from there. 10, and if you love 10, then go back and go from 7 onwards. And then once you've done, and if you love the PS1 era, then go back and do 6. That's my take. Beginner friendly? Beginner friendly isn't even the word. But 10 is the actual turn-based experience. You get time to understand the mechanics as well. It's got one of the best design systems in the game in Final Fantasy. Well, the sphere grid is really good. 10 is turn-based, yeah. Look, this is ATB. 10 is proper turn-based, like Persona style. Sorry, it's Real Chan. Yo, Sarah, think of the gift yourself to Real Chan. Enjoy your gift yourself. Yeah, 10 is a full-on turn-based game. Great story. Great soundtrack. Great everything. Just top tier game across the board. Yeah, 10's much more relatable. It's easier to get into as well because again, you can relate to the characters, adapt to them a bit better. And it's complex enough that if you really love 10's story and the complexity to it, you'll be able to get into these games and have a smooth transition. There was a term for it and I can't remember what it is. It's not beginner friendly, right? Sarah, think of the gift yourself to Dark Lord as well. Enjoy yourself, guys. I've been a friend who played 15 as the first Final Fantasy game. You wanted to play remakes? When I did 15, because I played 15 for the first time on stream, a lot of people said 15 was their first game and they love it. It's always Guard Scorpion, bro. I personally am not a fan of 15, but it's fine if you are. I think everybody adapts to or finds the game that they like the most and play it. And that's cool. Entry level. It's gonna hit me later on when this conversation is like 2 hours old. And again, to Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. So 10 and 11. 10 for Final Fantasy, 11 for Dragon Quest. Probably the best pick. But yeah, people do like 15, despite like 15 is not for OG fans of Final Fantasy, that's for sure. I think Remake can be a lot of people's first Final Fantasy game for sure. You got in the end and dropped it. That section is really bad. Honestly. They just hit you with high-level enemies too quickly, and it's not very fun. Takes this massive leap for no reason. Yeah, I think 15's fine. 15, and actually, let me rephrase. 15 had the most potential, and they blew it. Because the story has so much potential. Like, so much potential. The world itself is really cool. Again, 15's a situation where they really should have just given us versus 13 story, man. That era of Square was very hit and miss though, hence Kingdom Hearts 3 and stuff as well. Yeah, Final Fantasy X and Dragon Quest XI would be the two to run against. It would be a good place to start. All the 2D HD remakes of Dragon Quest are probably really good as well. I've heard great things about them. Ow. Yeah, 15 tried to do this whole modern era AAA garbo crap that nobody wanted. I'm glad I could help. 7's my favorite, but I would say start at 10. 10's the easiest to get to. If you're playing the Steam version though, if you're gonna play the Steam version of 10, please look up the patch. There's a patch you'll need for the cutscenes for the Steam version. Square are not good with PC versions of games. One of us have got it if you're interested, if you're gonna go buy 10 now, but just Google FF10 cutscene patch or whatever it's called. Because Steam ports of PC ports of Final Fantasy games tend to be hit and miss. I don't know what the patch is called. It basically stops the cut. You get a green screen on certain cutscenes because the PC port originally was really bad. Because obviously it's originally a PS2 game. So you have to run a. It's for the cutscenes. It's all for the like big cutscenes in the game, FMVs and stuff. But FF10 remastered, but the Steam version's a bit of a mess. But there's a patch in the community. You can just Google it, Final Fantasy X. Whatever the name is, someone in chat knows the name of it. Yeah, if you're playing Final Fantasy X on the PlayStation or whatever, you're absolutely fine. I'm just saying if you play Steam version, just beware. But if you're playing on like PS4, Xbox, Switch, whatever, you won't have that issue whatsoever. They made games better on console than they did on PC for some reason. It was a RAM issue, yeah. How's it going, Kia, by the way? Good to see you again. Hope you're well. Doesn't allocate enough RAM, something like that. Yeah, VRAM, virtual RAM. Probably Google it, but you're welcome to join the Discord. I have a Final Fantasy section, and then if you ever want it, someone can post the patch into the Discord as well. We're good for stuff like that. We've got a very Final Fantasy oriented community. So if you ever do, and you're on Steam and you want the patch, feel free to join the Discord, and someone will be able to sort you out. I have it somewhere. When I randomize Final Fantasy X eventually, sometime in the next 5 years, probably at this rate. I think it's on the Steam community page, to be honest with you. I don't know why Square just don't update their game to deal with it. Final Fantasy 13's theme port has the same issue. UTB, it took UTB forever to sort out Final Fantasy 13 too. He's gonna have to go for it over again. Where am I going? Subway. Yeah, it's only if you're running the Steam version. The console's fine. Final Fantasy X Remastered. Well, PS2 is a great version as well. You'll get the most out of everything. Hey, if you got a PS5, they're about to drop, or dropped already, the PS5 version of Final Fantasy X anyway. Which I don't think is going to be any different. I don't know why it's even existing. It's the quote-unquote Switch 2 version being released for the PS5. Heck W. And if everyone's wondering, the Kingdom Hearts 5 PS5 version is just the Steam port. Even the Kingdom Hearts gets a green screen. Fix your damn PC ports, bro. They're everything. We got 3 months to give this up to Kia. Thank you so much. Yep. It's because there's a Switch 2 version of the game coming out, so they did a PS5 version. This comes out this month. It's not confirmed they got the Kingdom Hearts thing. It's possible though. People are speculating that it will be because of Kingdom Hearts historically, but there's no confirmation on that. I kind of wanted to get all the trophies again anyway. I do and don't. If they make the trophies more bearable for like BBS and stuff, sure. Don't know why I saved it. Didn't forget batteries, got Zulum skip and got the key, and my run's terrible. The irony, am I right? What's wrong with the BBS trophies? Have you seen the BBS trophies? What's right about them? Yeah, every single ability for all 3 characters. Fight all the super bosses with all 3 characters. I don't mind doing everything once, but doing it all for Aqua, Terra, and Ventus is stupid. You're just doing the same thing 3 times. What do you mean in Final Fantasy never played version 9 somehow? I recommend it, especially as an adult. It's a really good game. Like really, I feel like all these games are written for adults in the right. But like, I found them because we did Final Fantasy 9 recently when I got the platinum trophy for 9, and we replayed the story. I found the story more relatable than I ever have in my entire life playing 9, and I've always loved 9. 9's a really good game. There's like less than a handful of things wrong with 9 as a whole game. I agree though, I don't count 11 and 14 as mainline games. I count them as online games. It's the most... It's not beginner friendly. 10 isn't easy, but it isn't necessarily easy. It's more like... It's the one I recommend. Gateway game, gateway to Final Fantasy. You know, you want to get into a franchise, you don't know where to start. And like for the Tales games, I would say like Vesperia or something like that. Like, there's that one game that ticks all the boxes that you're looking for to understand what Final Fantasy is as a whole. 10 is a good way to start, depending on what you've been playing, what other games you play. I don't know what you play or what you've played in your life, so what games you're into. So if you were to say without any knowledge, I'd say start at 10. A lot of people say start at 7, but they come from my era and my generation. Like just like I don't think 7 is. the game that people should start on anymore. I used to think that way, but not now. Not deep. I can't think of the word. I used to have a word for it. I like it. It's a perfect term. Basically, if you like 10, you'll like Final Fantasy 7. If you like Final Fantasy 6, you like Final Fantasy 9, you'll probably like Final Fantasy 8. People find that one divisive. My recommendation is to go 10, 7, 8, 9, then 6. If you love those three and you want to go to the Pixel games, then go play 6. And then go play 5. And then 4. Which is not can send it backwards. Or then 4, then 5. A lot of people say 4 is their favorite as well. And then, I don't know, try the modern games. Yeah, 10 is a great introduction to the series. Absolutely agree. Good introductory game. If you haven't tried a Final Fantasy. That's the best way to explain it, maybe, yeah. But the most important thing is you do not have to worry about. The games are all separate stories, so there's no connection between any Final Fantasy game, which is the best thing about it. Let's go in, Siri. Yeah, as long as the numerical number is... But, if you start at 10, don't play 10-2. It doesn't matter. Alright, I'll save you the pain. Don't bother with 10-2. This is not a real sequel. It doesn't count. Better to not know. "12? I haven't played 12. But I don't think it's the first Final Fantasy you should start playing. If you like 14, maybe you'll really like 12. I don't know, but... Oh my god, I thought they were right on! Stop throwing spiderwebs, Marsh! Oh my god, bro. Marsh from the sequel geek. It ruins 10. I want to hear it. Don't feel you gotta play the sequel to 10 before moving on. Just play 10, then go to 7. You're welcome. Oh, I'm just gonna go rest the car, bro. Oh, I'm just gonna go shopping at farm. I don't even care anymore. Now, the graphics are weird in 10-2. They really tried to do something with their eyes all the time, and I was like... "13 is another game that could have been really good. In fact, the whole world of 13 is really good. And I like a lot of things about 13, but the glaring issues really stand out. And they overconvolute the story way too quickly to confuse the player. Wait, was that? Oh, it's me throw. I don't recommend 14 as the first time game though. We're talking about like entry level Final Fantasy here. Or I think everyone's on a different Final Fantasy now, to be fair, but like 14 is the last Final Fantasy you should ever probably try and play. Unless you started at 14 and then trying to get into the rest of the franchise to understand where the popularity is. I'm just checking out the shop now, okay? Isn't that funny? Keep your flipping ultimate weapon. But 14's an MMO, so it's like basically like a gacha game. It never ends, man. You're saying Final Fantasy 14. Oh, it is great. I don't know. 14 doesn't seem ever appeal to me, and it's like the story just seems. It felt like you had to be playing the entire time to enjoy it. At some point, it's just not fun to new players because there's 700 hours of story that I just will not invest in. But yeah, I know you can play through things like that. MMOs are designed at its core to be able to be played without just spend the money, bro. Who cares? They're designs now to be to play without the need for multiplayer, because that's the whole. Because otherwise, it keeps people interested in it, you know. Otherwise, people won't play the game. Missing out on 14. What, 700 hours of story? It's gonna take a million years to get through that. Maybe I'll play it eventually. I'm saying I won't. I just would rather do all the other stuff first. So I already know what's gonna happen if I play it on stream. You're doing this wrong. This is the method. You need to play like this. This is the random chatter comes in. You're playing Final Fantasy 14 wrong. I'm saying it's hard to get into. If you only play one game, 14's wonderful. You know what I mean? The culture of MMOs is you only play one game. The wrong way to play Tales of Berseria. As a speedrun disagree that you disagree with, they just play through the story done to the max level. Oh, I don't like that kind of nonsense either. I agree, Siri. It's like New Game Plus runs. They're kind of pointless, in my opinion. It's like the remake, FF7 remake is a New Game Plus category. And I'm like, what's the point? You've just maxed all materia like over the top. It's just like there's no. I mean, it begs the question about difficulty ones as well, but there's usually different categories for that kind of stuff in single-player games. But 14 is RNG based as well with your account, so it does seem kind of annoying to speedrun 14 with. I mean, speedrun a story. Is 14 designed to make the story so easy that it doesn't actually have any mechanics to play the game? Is it one of those situations? Like a Genshin Impact kind of thing, where you don't actually have to build anything to beat the game's content? You just press X and win. for the wasn't interesting at all. Don't get me wrong, Final Fantasy at its core is not a hard game, but it still has mechanics, you know, and some form of fun challenge to it. The harder content is raids, I know, but like, I want mechanics and challenge in my story as well, because it makes those moments memorable. We remember Demon's Gate because it was the hardest boss in the game up until that point. We remember Trying from Materia Keeper because it wiped your party out just as you think you're about to win, right? Like, we remember things like that. We remember Seymour in 10 because he has that killer move that kills everything, you know, or Unalaska. You know, those stand out because those fights, whilst the games are playable and fine, put a moment on you like, hang on a minute, I need to mechanically figure out the game kind of thing, you know? That stuff's great. Also rude. Problematic. Think inside the front row, Red 30. Wow, he's at 1,000 damage. In that time, I didn't use limit breaks ever in my round. Funny, we're fighting the attack, and I got attacked. He's gonna cure now. My concern, just like with any game that a lot of people want me to play, is that I'm not going to like it the way they want me to. And 14 is a good example of this. It's like Dragon Quest 11 and even like the Persona games. I know that I'm not going to adapt to it very well, or like I'm going to have problems with it. And the moment I call it out, oh, it's your problem. You're the one with the problem. I just know that things with massive fan bases. It's not like I'm scared of it. I just not prepared to deal with. I just can't deal with the comments. Oh, you just don't understand. I remember when Depp was playing it. It was like people were like he was having issues with running the game or something like that because the game's got some really awkward settings, and it was, oh, it's your PC is a problem. His PC that can run all other major games. Doesn't stop me from playing games. I just mentally prepare myself well. Oh, you bet. I think Remake's a good Final Fantasy game, unironically, for people to get into. At the same time, not. No! Oh! Cool, man. Hating and in the Final Fantasy music and you're shunned for life. Are they really like that? They've had a guy leave his stream because he said that, what? Because he didn't think the soundtrack of certain track was the greatest track of all time. Isn't that pretentious? Music is subjective. It doesn't make any sense. Music is a subjective thing. The whole point to it is everyone has different favorites. You can't force someone to like a song. You shouldn't have to explain why, to be honest with you. Why don't you like the song? I don't know, it's just not my style. It's not for me. It doesn't need explaining. Music, as we all know, is subjective, whether it's in a game or not. Some people don't like the Beatles. I love them. Second these nuts. Steph does get a lot of the rabble. I had my experience all that of E33. See, I defend E33, but my god, some of the comments I got on a YouTube video was... What? You skipped that cutscene? I didn't skip the cutscene, watch the video. I just skipped it after dying to it 30 times. Sorry, I don't want to watch the full cutscene every single damn time. Well, I've heard some of the tracks from it. There's that song, what's the name? What's the name? Garuda, whatever it is. I've heard that track. That track kind of bops. Okay, very nice. Let's go, Brick. Let's go, Old Bay. I don't even know what spice Old Bay is. I can't say I've eaten that. I don't think rosemary's a spice either. It's just a herb, but we did it. We allowed it. The Baltimore on. Let's vote for UP today. UP's the MVP, so we're all good. Whoa! Holy counter. Okay, we have a problem. I stopped thinking about pyramids. I stopped thinking about me when I'm like, yeah, they're just pyramids. Nothing bad will happen if I leave them up. Yeah, just keep doing damage. It's fine. Do, 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 do. Anything doesn't work for Old Bay is on the cereal. You still might try. You're a big fan of Old Bay. Man, if I only had that one long range. Well, bottoms up. All in all, good run. Pyramid Hill. Don't remind me, dude. Thank you, Zane, for 7 weeks of savage progress. Aesthetic. I love it when chat do that, you know. I love it when like tracks hit really hard, you know, and have a meaning to you on the moment in life, and it kind of gets you through. Yeah, I run a cutscene remover for this. Don't have to watch Cloud and people sit around for like 20 minutes. So March, the new League Ocarina of Time remake is at August release date when... You know I don't care about leaks, right? I never asked for leaks. Why did you think I'm a leaker? I've said this before. I've said this before. Leaks are nonsense. It just keeps Reddit busy, you know? It just keeps people on Reddit and the internet busy. Speedrun and skip for the game, I just... Imagine playing the game, man. To be fair, I do all mandatory stuff. I don't do skips. We do react to 5 in my speedrun. If you like my runs, I actually fight all mandatory bosses in the game. No glitches, no warps, none of that nonsense. No intended glitches anyway. In fact, I've even got a mod that stops W item glitch from even working. I make up my own route, my own way of playing the game. And that's what I've been doing for the last 53 weeks. Good. I hope Ocarina releases the same week as GTA 6 and kills its sales, even though it won't kill its sales because one's on the Switch 2 and one's on the PS5 and Xbox. That's it. Yeah, but it's an optional fight. I do all mandatory fights. Keep playing the best game of all time. That's worst way to spend time. Exactly. I love randomizing games, and I love randomizing FF7. That's why I basically do a weekly rando every week now. So I'm doing it for the last year. Every Friday I do randomized FF7. I've done actual proper challenges as well with randomized. The speedrun was just a fun weekly event that we can just like jump in and out of. And it's to do what, FF7 or just any rando? And to gather an archipelago. Not for FF7, unfortunately, there isn't one. I could pick Kingdom Hearts, Sonic Adventure 2, and or Hollow Knight / Silksong. Celeste keyboard runner. No thanks. Playing PS1, FF7 on your CRT the first time in 20 years. Man, dude, yeah. Wait! Okay, wait, what am I doing? Who was it? I think it's Tifa and Sid. Yes, it is. Who's Bahara? You. Left. Crowd control, Rando, no crowd control. You don't crowd control randomizer, right? I would like to organize an archipelago. Celeste is an archipelago, I know it. It'd be a good Saturday night stream. I think it's the best day to do it. But the thing about our group archipelagos, they can either be very short or very long. Really hard to account for. I think first archipelago everyone should go on what their strong game is. I think RGP was interested in doing something as well. Trev wanted to do something, although I don't know if he's interested in archipelago. He said he wanted to do a collab with me. He was mad that I picked the pubs over him. We were just talking about World Cup. I thought about solo an archipelago of like Hollow Knight and Silksong or something silly like that. Since I know those games very well. But I didn't mean to go this way. Oh, to grab everything now, I don't care. You can do solo archipelagos. I've seen people do that with Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Sonic coin random mod. I mean, Sonic Rando is the only thing you'd randomize is the enemies, right? So well, my Hollow Knight is 40 minutes. Well, standing game then, anyway. We've done that twice. The Sonic, every ring you collect, that's a shuffler. That's a bit different, man. That's not a rando. That's a Sonic shuffle. Where every ring I collect, I shuffle between Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Sonic and Knuckles. I'm down to do that whenever. I love doing that. It's such a fun stream to do, no matter what. That's like a once-a-year thing for us, isn't it? Do you know who hasn't shown up yet? He has such a heavy anti, like, all these tough bosses. And yet, one certain enemy has not shown up yet. Come on, Ruby. I dare you to show up. You won't. You won't do it. Any games that aren't on the list? I think people made their own modded ones as well. It's down to the archipelago side to update it as well. Interesting. Probably their own hack or something. Probably because it's not consistent yet. I think the archipelago people like testing it, making sure it's consistent. Although any randomizer archipelago comes with a chance of the game crashing. But going back on your point, Seraphic, if the key items in Hollow Knight are randomized, I can't go. It's not going to be an hour long. Just for context, it won't be an hour long. If the key items are hidden behind a gaming Pet Friends game and it's behind some secret arbitrary thing, and you gotta find, even if you randomize Hollow Knight by itself, if the key items are randomized, then it can be like, it can take you 8 hours to complete the game, you know? Yeah. Could be a mess. That's what I was meant to say before. I read too many comments all at once. Hi, Genova. What do I want to do here? She's gonna aqualung me right here, isn't she? No way! I knew it, dude. I'm dead. I knew I was gonna die there. I knew it, bro. That's crazy. Sometimes she never aqualungs. This time she's like, hey, aqualung. Hey, aqualung. Ba, ba, ba. Sweet aqualung. Ba, ba, ba. FF7 X Zelda Ocarina. What does that mean? You mean like a shuffler or like a pellet? I think this game wouldn't work as an archipelago. Because the archipelago, the idea of it is you unlock each other progress, right? Imagine all the key items being locked in someone else's game or just somewhere, and you're stuck in Midgard for like. Because the thing that happens in archipelago is if someone could be stuck waiting an hour for other players to find things. So I could be stuck in Midgard for like 2 hours because no one's found the key card 65 or whatever. But a multi-archipelago between like 7, 8, and 9 would be crazy cool idea. I just don't think it's very viable. I do want to do an Ocarina rando. I want to replay Ocarina first. I also need to build a Switch 2 fund. Chat, wanna buy me a Switch 2 so I can play the Ocarina remake? Anyway, anyone? Time to start becoming try to become a YouTuber. A big one. Wait, why did one sadness down, but the other one didn't? Huh? Video game? You okay? Let's go! Yeah, that's just talking about. They go, yeah, but it's worse than FF7. Imagine someone finds the key to Sector 5. Like, immediately. I'm out of here, bro! But it's just Cloud for the rest of the run. Oh boy, what a lack of damage there. But wouldn't the door just open? I know there's at least 4 more rounds. I think it depends on the game. Kingdom Hearts, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and all those games are fine, you know. Games that are more open map or open world, Metroidvania seems to be really good for those as well. You got more flexibility with them. We can have a play around and look around the list in a minute. We're about to finish quietly. Be interesting. Vibe chat. Look up things. After doing the Kingdom Hearts 2 rando, my brain was like, I'd totally be down to do this as an archipelago. Yuffie just completely obliterating the head there. Vanilla, if you hack the key early, you can open the door, but you get stuck because it tries to play the cutscene. Oh, the characters are there, but they're invisible or something, right? I see. Or it tries to do the cloud, so he's like, so let's go everybody, and then it doesn't interrupt the next piece of dialogue because the characters aren't physically there. I know what you're talking about now. Why do people get mad about you about pointing out just a fact? So you attract some weirdos on YouTube. Those people just don't have to comment. There are people on the internet just feel like they have to write things behind a keyboard all the time. Sometimes, if you don't have to say anything. It's for people who do care about this stuff. Or find this stuff interesting. It's funny, people like Love Soul Sanctuary, whatever it's called, right? And that's literally what those videos do. So, did you know about this, that, X, Y, and Z, and this in a video game? They can't do it. It's not bad when they do it. Luckily, I haven't had someone go, why do you randomize Final Fantasy VII? Why do you not play it properly? My closest to those were with the Simon video. Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't! I'm watching you, Sephiroth. Don't you dare. I'm watching you, buddy. I don't think I even got any comments on my my little highlights of me playing the new version of a new Steam version of FF7. I basically ripped it to pieces. Remember when they said the save files from the original Steam version won't work, and then within 5 minutes everyone was like, "Are you sure?" I'm prepared today. Get Holy Torch, bozo. They also fixed the turtle crashing the game outside Woodsight. Obviously the most important thing ever. Oh, they did fix the double input glitch. You gotta give them a little bit of credit. They did fix the double input glitch, supposedly. That's how we have the double input glitch fixed on 7 Heaven. Gotta give them credit where it's due. They did something. Yeah. What about the audio? I can't explain that nonsense, right? I literally have, I don't know what they were. It's like they didn't list. It's like they didn't play the game. So they actually that port was not tested at all. It was never tested. And ironically, they still haven't like. You know what, mate? It's gonna work this week. I'm going to embrace the new version of the audio. I think if they fix it, I hate the fact they've done this. The reason why is like you could say like, well, you could just play this version, the Steam version, like the original Steam version. One, they don't give you access to this version of the game, even though it's still in the database, and you can still install it. There's no reason to say, okay, just buy that version of Final Fantasy VII, and you can access the 2013 Steam version or the current version, right? But a new person might go and try FF7 after playing the remake, and that's what they're playing. A thing with a massive audio bug. But that's the thing, you can't just... That's such a Sooner comment, right? Okay, I see him tweet it. Like, well, 7th Heaven's there for you. But people shouldn't have to do that. That's no disrespect to the people who went to 7th Heaven, obviously. But you shouldn't have to push people into modded content or or mod installers to play the game. It should just play. Square should just fix their PC ports. It won't even take time. Heck, you could buy the pack. You know what? The communities behind it would just say, here's the code, use it. They wouldn't even ask money for it. Guarantee you, if Square said, went up to Sega and said, can you give us the code to whatever you did to fix our current version? You'll be like, yeah, take it. I don't even see him asking. I don't know. I can't speak for Sega. But I can honestly see someone in the Final Fantasy VII community just be like, yeah, you know what, it's fine. Because most of us want everybody's first experience of FF7 to be a positive. Of course we do. I know he said we'll fix the port, but like, it's just nuts to me that there's such an oversight, and it's from the very beginning of the game. It's not even like some hidden thing that you find 5 hours into the game. It's literally in the first 10 seconds of the game. It's like with FF10, you need that patch to fix the FMVs and the cutscenes. Shouldn't need someone in the community to have a patch for that. Vincent, shoot him in the face. This isn't Bethesda, what should be mandatory exactly? The VRAM thing's an issue for Final Fantasy 13 and 13 too as well. Probably line every time, so who cares about that? 5 hours, 4 minutes, 17 seconds. Let's go, Pog! Jeez, Pog! Let him galley him. I just want people to experience. I bet after people say, "Oh, the game isn't very good," it's because they played a crappy port of it. If you want your games, and especially now, they're doing this whole movement towards multi-console, multi-platform, PC gaming, all released at the same time. They really should be making sure that you give them the best, the patches and all these versions of the games work. Every person that made a video, apart from people saying you can carry your save files across, said it's a bad, it's a terrible version of, it's a terrible port of the game. And no, it looks like there is no, I didn't mean to do that. Crap. Who cares? You didn't PB, who cares? Were you on typing things and I wasn't even looking? But anyway, even though I've just also done the splits here, I will say, hey, we still got this run done within 5 hours, which means it weren't a disaster. It's just not up to our current standard. Still a good run nonetheless. We did struggle at the start with damage, and we fell behind obviously with the animal weapon, not picking up the gravity things, and then I got punished for it immediately after the fact. But you know, it wasn't a bad seed. Everything we got things when it mattered the most, and was able to carry through the run. I was on autopilot for half of it, since since we was discussing gaming industry at halfway at some point, then we've been discussing archipelagos and PC ports, and it's just been a very heavily discussion-based rando. So I hope you guys on YouTube and watching this enjoyed the conversation. If not, feel free to let me know your thoughts on whatever conversation that took place today, or what archipelago you'd like to see, or your thoughts on Final Fantasy 14 are and Gateway, the gateway, the entry. Gateway game. Gateway game is the term, I think. Where you get in which Final Fantasy people should start. But no, this is an interesting conversation. I mean, to be fair, I was running pretty well on autopilot. It was just the bits where I needed to lock in where I didn't lock in. In fact, my major time loss was dying to Genova Life boss replacement 3 times. Because it was the Turks and I was too low level. Archipelago of 14, Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 11 and Dragon Quest 10. You mean the 3 MMOs? The longest archipelago and most boring one of your life. Yeah, I'm farming in the fields. Where are you farming? I'm farming in the fields too. Different games, yeah. Thanks for that and GG. Oh yeah. Square! Fix your damn PC ports. Stop living crappy Steam ports. Available. People play PC now. If you want to be a multi-platform, you have to make sure your current ports are all up to scratch. Fix the damn bugs and problem in the new version of Final Fantasy VII. Or have this version be available, playable, or downloadable for owning both of them. Alright? I'm not saying you have to buy both of them. Just if you purchase the one that came out earlier in the year, you get access to download this as well, if you need to. You know, it's not up. No one's asking for it. Heck, the PS4 version's better than what they uploaded to Steam. My God! So everything with the gift stuff, didn't friend? Thank you for the gift stuff today, sir. I think I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying your evening off. You're free from work now, right? Me the boys watching Meteor. I mean, what? Any highlights in that run? It was a spicy run, eh? As soon as your help desk closed, nice. No Ruby, yeah, isn't it ironic? Isn't that ironic? The first fight was carry armor, the second fight was diamond weapon, and the third fight was emerald weapon. And after that, everything shielded. Hardest fight was Turks. What happened to the crew? Where's the rest of the crew that is here? I did find a new continuity issue though, earlier on. You know where Aerith is escaping the guards inside the church? There's like a plank of wood. Well, there's like a bit where she runs across and there's no floor there. And I'm like, well, she should fall there, not the bit where you see her fall. Those are the first 3 bosses. Diamond weapon was messy. I did die to not diamond. The diamond weapon I got lucky with because I actually had no magic. Right, I had no magic, but I had Vincent and Limit Break, and you know how diamond weapon works if you use 2 summons or 2 limit breaks. But if you unleash limit break and let Vincent, Galleon Beast attack, it counts it as 2 limit break uses for some reason because it's Final Fantasy VII and it makes total sense, right? So it opened up its chest and I was able to throw my one right arm and kill it because I found a right arm. And then Emerald Weapon, I didn't buy gravity balls in the shop. I saw them and I was like, as I walked away, I was like, man, I should have bought them. Emerald Weapon could show up at any moment. And guess what? Apps was gravity ball. Guess what apps was? Emerald Weapon. So I had to run all the way back to Sector 5, buy some, and buy that from the shop, and run all the way back to the wool market. Thanks, Arif. Thanks for saving everybody. The real hero of Final Fantasy VII. Arif Gainsborough. Algebra. Drum roll, please. Thank you. Algebra math, bro. How's it going, Alex? Good to see you. Other than the chain echo, the game's exploration combat is very cool. Has the worst menu navigation. Oh, I hate bad menu UIs, man. I hate menu UIs. I've not played Chain Echoes yet, but I can't stand bad menu UIs. That and Silent Protagonist, what I complained about in Golden Sun when I was doing. Everything else was like top tier. Zelda's different because you can play that game and not care about the story. I'm talking about story-driven silent. I'm talking about story-driven games with silent protagonists. When it's a heavily story-orientated game, Zelda is not a heavily. You might disagree with me, but Zelda is not a strong story-driven game. It's just an adventure game that you end up saving the world in, right? Actually, Seraphic, Link does talk in Breath of the Wild. They just didn't write any dialogue out for him. The NPCs ask you things and you respond to them, and he goes, but then doesn't say it out loud. It calls him a silent protagonist. I pointed out that problem in Breath of the Wild. I was like, he does talk after all. That is the story. Yeah, Ganon took over the world again. You have to kill him. I just think story-driven games that have a silent protagonist, it's just a pointless trope. You're not even self-inserting into it because all the other characters, what happens? The other characters have to carry the story, and it's just like it's water. How did you explain? It just hurts the story. Why I put off games like Dragon Quest XI and just can't get into even Persona. Well, we spoke about Persona already. I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but the whole thing bothers me. Now, games like ARPGs or character creation games, I don't care about those. Those are fine. It makes sense for them. You're creating the characters. One sec. Can we all rise for our national theme, Nubumatsu? Did you guys think I was going to miss it? That's crazy. Can we complain about calendar, sign, protect, high school cars, late world protagonists, and PCOs fix all those? I don't complain about high school casts. Or female protagonist. Oh, you're talking about in Persona? Oh, shut up. That's a good quote. Oh, you'd like Wind Waker if you like Zelda games. If you're into like Ocarina and Majora's, you'd like Wind Waker. If it's very that generation style game. Wind Waker is severely... Well, I call Wind Waker the Final Fantasy IX. As in, like, it was very underrated at the time. No one really... Like, it kind of got skipped a lot by a lot of people. But then it popularized later on. You know, just like Final Fantasy IX popularized later on. Every Zelda game has ever Four Swords is good. You're probably right, you know. The thing about Zelda, it's just like Final Fantasy. They do different stuff every single time. Looks awful. Brother, Wind Waker walks so Breath of the Wild could run. Alright? That's the first time you really got that anime looking aesthetic kind of thing. It looks great. I think Wind Waker looks fantastic. It's one of the best aesthetics out of Zelda. That's kind of a crazy take. Obviously, it's opinion. That's fine. But... the game's really fun, though. Yeah, that's in Breath of the Wild, and it bothered me in... They should have removed that, dude. Degrading weapons is a really off-putting thing. Is why I didn't think I'll ever play Tears. I still owe a return to the Breath of the Wild DLC. I said I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it, but... Bryce actually paid for it, so I definitely have to. But, like... I just... he does a better job with the weapons. Yeah, looks like there's a challenge mode in the DLC. But Zelda does this whole thing where they have like a generation, different generations of Styles games. You got the old games doing their own thing, and they do something different, a different aesthetic. N64 is that generation. Wind Waker stands by itself. Breath of the Wild is doing its own thing. Also, there's that Twilight Princess that does it kind of its own thing. Like, that's how Zelda keeps fresh. The next Zelda, from the looks of the Ocarina remake, it looks like it's completely different to all the current. It looks nothing like Breath of the Wild. They didn't take the Breath of the Wild aesthetic and throw it onto our Ocarina, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's absolutely a great idea. If it just looked like Breath of the Wild but Ocarina, I was going to be like... you know, so... at least they're giving it a fresher look, you know, completely like new aesthetic again. Breath of the Wild fans might just be disappointed by it. Well, I think that's just narrow-minded. I think that's 100% what Nintendo do to keep their games fresh. Anyway, YouTube, thanks for watching. Final Fantasy VII Weekly Rando, once again, number 53. We'll see you next week. Much love to you all. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Peace. Wait. There's laughing here?